using outstanding color retention for many years. Available in 24 and 26 gauge and a variety of color options. We are the leading company, a family that is proving to customers they can have their dream products. M&N Hardware Limited. Foundation to roof, let's build together.
Christmasing. Flo has got you covered.
Hello and welcome to your daily dental health tip.
Most people would love to have a winning smile, but it costs to do so. It takes some effort on your part. Practice good oral hygiene by brushing after meals with a soft or medium toothbrush. Floss daily. Visit your dentist at least twice a year. Avoid sweet, sugary snacks. Eat healthy foods. Then you can say cheese with ease.
This has been your Daily Dental Health Tip. Your Daily Dental Health Tip is produced by the Health Promotion and Communication Department, Ministry of Health, and sponsored by Pan American Health Organization.
I'm back, and I got all the chicken for the barbecue.
Excellent Farms chicken? Look how fresh and clean.
Yes, Hunt checked the label. No steroids, hormones, or preservatives. And it's 100% local.
What? No chemicals? So you mean Excellent Farms chicken is safe, nutritious, and natural with farm-to-table freshness?
Exactly. Finally, we could enjoy quality poultry. And you should see how state-of-the-art and sanitized the farm is. Plus, it's environmentally friendly.
You serious? And like they have everything from whole chicken to liver, gizzard, feet, and more?
Correct.
Your bills in less than 2 minutes. Need a receipt? FastPay will send it to your email immediately. Use FastPay now for convenience, safety, and efficiency at discoverflow.co/fastpay.
So FastPay, 2 minutes and you're on your way. So FastPay,
Flow is keeping you connected.
From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. Good morning to the nation. I read from the Word of God, Psalm 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord, and to sing praises unto Him, unto Thy name, O Most High, to show forth Thy loving kindness in the morning, and Thy faithfulness every night, upon an instrument of 10 strings, and upon the plicity upon the harp with a solemn song. For Thou, Lord, hast made me glad through Thy works. I will triumph in Thy works of Thy hands. O Lord, how great are Thy works, and Thy thoughts are very deep. This is the end of the scripture reading this morning.
Thank you very much.
Have a wonderful day.
All right.
Good morning. I hear you loud and clear.
All right.
there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Where you go when you're walking, what you say when you're talking, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful. We have to prepare to meet the challenges of life without fear. Greed and jealousy, hatred and envy, man, you have to move with care in that jungle out there. You got to be careful. You got to be careful.
Good morning again, folks. As we head over to the Met Office, we're speaking with Mr. Finbar Frank. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. It's a partly cloudy morning down here with some light showers. Winds are blowing from southeast at 12 miles per hour. The pressure is lower than the mean, but it's rising at 12.7 millibars. Present temperature 28 degrees, orange 5%. Maximum temperature here within the last day went up to 31 degrees, while the minimum last night was 26.1. Please note, all temperatures are in degrees Celsius. In terms of rain here within the last day, we had 5.1. Hence, for the month so far, the total goes up to 66.7 millimeters of rain. Please note that this is only for the airport. Now let's take a look at the forecast for the day and the nighttime. The weather expected to be partly cloudy with light showers during the morning and then again during the nighttime. That's mostly in cloudy spells. Maximum temperature for the day should get up to near 30.5 degrees. Winds east, northeasterly to east, southeasterly 12 to 22 miles per hour with gusting higher at times. Waves should get up to near 7 feet once you're going offshore, and seas will be moderate. So, if you're going out at sea and you have a small craft, please note that there is a warning out for you. Be safe out there. Tides are falling now, should be low near 8 o'clock, and high this afternoon just about 2 o'clock. Sunset 5:39, sunrise on Saturday 6:12. Just to recap, the forecast for the day and the nighttime. The weather expects to be partly cloudy with light morning and nighttime showers, again mostly during cloudy spells. And if you're going to, please know that there is a warning out for you. Mostly if you have a small craft, you could meet waves up to 7 feet in open waters. That's it from the Met Office. I'm from Frank.
Thank you very much.
All right.
All right, take care.
When you talk, when you go, when you walk, what you say, when you talk.
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, boats of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful.
From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
Step inside. Immerse yourself in colors.
Energize your style with color by Siss.
Hello and welcome to your daily dental health tip.
Is it normal for your gums to bleed when you brush your teeth? No. The health of the teeth cannot be separated from the health of the gums. When plaque is allowed to collect around the teeth and gums, the acid produced by the bacteria within the plaque irritates the gum and bone around the teeth. When plaque is not removed with a toothbrush and dental floss, it may be hardened and become calculus or tartar. Say cheese with ease.
This has been your daily dental health tip. Your daily dental health tip is produced by the Health Promotion and Communication Department, Ministry of Health, and sponsored by Pan American Health Organization.
Missing. Flow has got you covered.
It is said that your health is your wealth, and therefore the GCCU, the Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, is ensuring that your health's wealth is protected. On Saturday the 30th November, the GCCU Health Fair will be held in the Grenville Bus Terminal, starting from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Have your pressure and blood sugar checked. Know your body mass index reading, your BMI. Get important information from the Grenada Food and Nutrition Council. The Grenville Cooperative Credit Union Health Fair, protecting your health's wealth.
The Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of Grenville, takes you where you want to be. Feel secure with the Credit Union of Grenville, taking care of all your financial needs, including savings, loans, mortgages, and sound financial advice. Serving you with branches on Jubilee Street in Grenville, Lucas Street in St. George's, and coming soon, our Grandstand sub-office. Call us on 442-8602 or visit one of our offices. With Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, your financial security is guaranteed.
Grenada, Carriacou, and Peter Martinique, get ready. History is in the making as the new National Party celebrates 40 powerful years of progress, visionary leadership, and service with a massive rally. Join us at the Busheshu Playing Field on Sunday, December 1st at 5 p.m. Feel the energy, build the momentum, and get inspired for the rescue mission ahead. Joining us all the way from Jamaica as our special guest speaker, our political brother, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, Prime Minister of Jamaica and leader of the JLP. We also welcome a special guest from St. Lucia, former Prime Minister and political leader of the UWP, the Honorable Alan Shashane. We will also witness a highly anticipated address from Grenada's longest sovereign Prime Minister and our political leader, Dr. the Right Honorable Keith Mitchell. NNP Massive 40th Anniversary Rally. It's music, good vibes, and unity. Wear your green, bring your voice, and let's make this a celebration like no other. The countdown is on. December 1st, Busheshu Playing Field, 5 p.m. Be there.
Yes, it's going to be a Christmas to remember with the Riverside Cooperative Credit Union. Get up to $25,000 to do all the things you've dreamed of doing all year. Whether it be home renovations, upgrading your ride, travel and vacation, wedding, medical expenses, or that new appliance for the home with a maximum period of 60 months to repay. This is your chance to make your dreams come true this holiday season. It's going to be a Christmas to remember with the Riverside Cooperative Credit Union. Visit our office at Riverside or Siss for more information and to apply. Special terms and conditions apply.
One hit at a time. The best music on the best radio. Real FM.
Tell me candid, they too wicked, far too crooked. That is the frequent comment I hear. Too one-sided, underhanded, can't be trusted. This is the opinion, ear to ear. For their own abuse
abuses. They keep making excuses. Housing crack up over. They unleash their lawyer. Set up an inquiry just to get Kid Rowley. But they wouldn't sue the false paper screw. I don't need come close to tell them go. Hurry, pack up your bundle now. Stop fooling the people. The country taking a beating. So me plea are repeating. Go. They're like a natural disaster. Now. 10 times worse than Ebola. Like a dog with fleas and tongue on their knees. And I'm begging, go now. And I did warn we. From the side to the country. Streams turn into rivers, then into seas. Is why I'm singing, go now. This is my humble petition. Announce the date for election. Go now, please. Accidental, detrimental, could be lethal. Are you willing to take that chance? Much too seedy, they too greedy, eyes too beady. Honeymoon end before the romance. We expect corruption, but now without check or interruption. That a few might stuff the pocket, but not racket by the pocket. From the constant comments, we get no recess. Before things fall apart and the riot starts. Even in chutney, I'll tell them go. Make it sooner than later. To protect the future, please. For the sake of we children and the next generation. Go. To safeguard our image. Before Griffith cause more damage. Like a dog with fleas and down on the knees. And I'm begging, go now. They try to stick me with rage me. Go now. They have more trick than Houdini. Streams turn into rivers, then into seas. Is why I'm singing, go now. Please, Mrs. Kamla. Go now. Take Munila and Sharma. Go now, please. Them and their minions, total villains, raking millions. Their slogan, we shall rise, it was so true. Tell John Public not to panic while them and they sidekick. Swimming in a pool of dollars so blue. Like meat eating vulture, they neglect agriculture. Mega fans of phony. Mama Guy Caroni. Sweet man Glenn and Sharma came face to face with the karma. And Mill was awful, gone through it to pull. Don't need a big mouth to tell them go. Watch her and see they does follow now. Before we regret tomorrow, please. You're setting a bad example. Family values they trample. Go. It's only vice they desire now. Before the 5 years expire, like a dog with fleas and down on the knees. And I'm bleeding go now. Before we end in bankruptcy. Before they empty the treasury. Streams turn into rivers, then into seas. Is why I'm bleeding go now. Immediately. And don't forget your AG go now, please.
Tuko.
the original Tuko. What's up?
ID.
Yeah, I'm there too.
What's the party?
I'm there, you know. As you said Tuko there, I just remembered someone who passed away. No, not my dad. Is a friend of yours on the program also? A friend of yours and a friend of Carl.
Big Dread.
No, Uncle Denny.
Uncle Denny, we just call him Big, not Big Dread.
I don't know, but it's Uncle Denny.
Rasta?
No, he's not Rasta. He's not a Rasta. Uncle Denny is from Upper St. John's in St. Andrews. And
Okay.
he was a fire officer at one point in time, policeman fire officer at one point in time. And recently, I don't even think the funeral has gone as yet, I must do a double check. but he passed away. Yeah, and I think it was Carl himself who told me that he had passed away. Somebody told me that he had passed.
Big Dread Widows call him, man.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you call him, but I call him Uncle Denny from the creation because he lived on the next side of the road from my grandparents. And if the funeral hasn't gone yet, if I miss the funeral, I'm really, really sorry. But if it hasn't gone as yet, that's a funeral I believe that I would love to attend. So I'm going to try and see if I can keep up on that one. I hope it and pray that it hasn't gone as yet. Nonetheless, good morning to the folks in Grenada, Carriacou, PD, Martinique, and the rest of the Eastern Caribbean. Wherever you are at this particular point in time, it's great to have you around. It's wonderful. It's another Friday. My name, Andre Donald, and I'm going to be with you right up until 11:30. Gates, your partner coming this morning, Francis?
Yeah, he coming.
Okay, if you say so, I've got to believe you. That he will be here this morning, and we've got. I know that he has a lot in store. He usually has a lot in store. And how's this program going, though? You'll be able to tell me. What's it called? Galaxy
Punch.
That's how it's called?
Well, that's how we just call him outside the Punch, man.
Yeah, but no. How is the program going? The Saturday program?
The Saturday program is doing okay.
It's doing okay.
It's building okay.
It's building okay.
Yeah, it's building okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna get.
Well, I know his midday program here is just going and going and going and going.
Yeah.
As with most of our talking programs here on Real FM, just continue to go and go and go and go, and you wonder, but what the hell? Real FM is creating quite a storm. Now, he should be here maybe around the 8:30 hour this morning. Usually that's when that's the time he gets here. Okay, and and I've got more in store for you. And what am I supposed to tell you? Okay, this morning I have a guest, and I sat in the week and I was like, you know what? Let's follow the trend of what is happening. Let's keep it trending. Let's keep it going. And I'm like, who do I get? Who do I get? Who do I get? We have a number of things taking place at this particular point in time. We have the NNP having their convention coming up on the 15th, it is? Yes, on the 15th it is. And at that convention, it is expected that the the delegates of the new National Party will be selecting a new leader. Who that person is going to be, your guess is as good as mine. So I decided, you know what, let me just talk to a couple of people, at around that. I'm going to try to see if I could find Gregory Boyne. I'm going to try to find Gregory Boyne and have a conversation with him. I'm going to try to find Keith Mitchell and have a conversation with him also. I'm going to try to find Emmeline Pierre and have a conversation with her. Peter David, have a conversation with him. So let's hear from them. Let's hear from the new National Party, what is happening, what is taking place, and how things are progressing. You think I should go for a position on the executive?
Yeah, man.
For what position?
I don't too know about the positions, but yeah, you deserve a position.
No.
For the years of service.
For the what?
For the years of service.
I like how you're starting to sound like Winston these days. Winston gone, Winston Day.
Winston
Day.
Years of service.
The years of service. Yeah.
Greatly appreciated.
Yeah. So in any event, though, as I said, I'm going to be doing different interviews, and I'm going to try at least on Fridays to assist the program, to let the program continue to grow. I'm going to try to get someone of interest on Fridays. Maybe one, maybe two persons. It depends. So this Friday, today, I have a guest. I have a guest that I spoke to earlier on in the week, and he, yes, it's a he. He accepted the
invitation.
Tell them, man, he accepted the invitation. Okay, Winston, easy now. So he accepted the invitation, and I was happy that he did. And this gentleman is no stranger to microphones. He's no stranger to media. He has, I think that he is outside of probably Keith Mitchell. I believe he is the most sought after individual when it comes to media in Grenville. When it comes to the media, when it comes to somebody who is going to say something that's going to trend, when it comes to somebody who's going to say something that's going to cause you to think a bit, it is that person. He has been around the politics for quite a long time. Maybe this morning I might get an idea of at what age he entered the politics. But he is someone who I know you will appreciate this morning. You're still wondering who he is. Well, I tell you what. If you talk, I'll give you a clue. It's like the clue is almost like a sellout. If you talk karaoke, you're talking him. If you talk karaoke, you're talking him. And this is something too. This is the first question I'm going to ask him. Guys, listen to this one, yeah? Prime Minister Deacon Mitchell. Acting Prime Minister, who is always acting, the Hollywood Prime Minister, Andy Williams. Who else? Hamlet Mark. Jenny Simon Rapier. Is there anybody else? So, and well, himself. Are they all from Munich?
I don't know.
Oh, that is going to be our first question to him this morning. What's our time there, Gates? Give me the time.
7:40.
7:40. 20 minutes. He gave you the. You see, that's young people again. He gave you the digital time. I go give you the old people time.
20 minutes.
20 minutes to 8 o'clock. Yeah. You give 7:40. That is the digital time. That is the digital age that we're in. We're going to take a commercial break, friends. When we come out of the commercial break, I've got some more things to share with you, and we'll be linking up and speaking to our guest, Michael Baptiste, this morning. He's going to be on our program, and we're going to start speaking to Michael from 8 o'clock this morning, right here on Real 91.9, 91.5, www.drealfmgrenada.com.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, birds of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Where you go, when you walk.
One hit at a time. The best music on the best radio. Real FM.
In an industry where customers expect quality, M&N Hardware Limited is a leader in locally manufactured aluminum windows, doors, roofing, and guttering. Our manufacturing division is efficient, flexible, and will always go the extra mile to surpass customer expectations. If you need security, sash, casement, or projected windows, we're able to do it. Our security and heavy-duty doors are state-of-the-art and can be customized specifically for you. Using innovative coating technologies and protective film, our roofing and guttering is weather-resistant, providing outstanding color retention for many years. Available in 24 and 26 gauge and a variety of color options. We are the leading company, a family that is proving to customers they can have their dream products. M&N Hardware Limited. Foundation to roof, let's build together.
In Grenada, we supply fertilizers, herbicides, seedlings and nursery supplies, diesel water pumps, walk-behind tillers, organic and environmentally friendly agricultural inputs. We're serving you from 2 locations, at Birch Grove and booth 34 at the Vendors Market in Grenville. Cost-effective agricultural solutions for all your needs. Visit Gittins Home and Garden Center for the best in everything agriculture. Call us on 409-2175 or 438-4337. Gittins Home and Garden Center, from your farm to your backyard.
Step inside. Immerse yourself in colors that come alive. Color by Siss. Let your imagination run wild. Surround yourself in a world of color. Color by Siss. Endless inspiration. Bold expression. Bold expression. Color by Siss.
Sissons. Express your style with color by Sissons.
Hello and welcome to your daily dental health tip.
Limit sugary and acidic foods. Sugar is used by the bacteria in your mouth to produce acid, which can erode the enamel of your teeth, causing cavities. Acidic foods and drinks, such as sodas, can also erode the enamel. Limit snacking to meal times and always be mindful of the amount you're eating for overall good health. Water is the best beverage for overall health, including oral health. Drinking water after every meal can help wash out some of the negative effects of sticky and acidic foods in between brushing. Mouthwash can also be used after eating if unable to brush. Brushing should not be done directly after eating. Say cheese with ease.
This has been your daily dental health tip. Your daily dental health tip is produced by the Health Promotion and Communication Department, Ministry of Health, and sponsored by Pan American Health Organization.
Here's a fun fact. In just 29 seconds, you can say goodbye to paper bills forever. Seriously, in 29 seconds. That's less time than this ad. Head over to discoverflow.co or visit us in-store and update your contact information now. By October 1st, your bills will be digital, easy to access, secure, and hassle-free. So what are you waiting for? This ad still has 2 seconds left, and you could have already gone paperless.
GCCU senior citizens, we are ready for our second senior bus tour. We had a blast last year. This year, we ain't missing out.
I'm not disappointed. I'm enjoying it. I met a lot of my friends who I knew long before. I'm enjoying it.
You ready? I'm ready. It's the second Sunday in December. That's December the 8th. We will tour the country visiting historic and scenic places. Lots of food, drinks, and entertainment.
I'm at a schoolmate in 1960. We and start together, and almost 20 years, and you see that face, so you have to give it credit and applause for that.
I wonder if Dillian Walters is coming again. A GCCU medical team will be on board. Free t-shirts will be available.
Honestly speaking, it's awesome. I tell you what, activities like these, especially today, it brings a sense of emotion to me.
The tour will start from the GCCU head office on Jubilee Street in Grenville from 9:30 a.m. Contact or visit any of our offices to register. Call 442-8602. Get ready, seniors, for the big Grenville Cooperative Credit Union Seniors Bus Tour. Remember the date, December the 8th.
Time to put some smoke in your kitchen, oh girl. My God,
south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
Tell me candid, they too wicked, far too crooked. That is the frequent comment I hear. Too one-sided, underhanded, can't be trusted. This is the opinion, ear to ear. For their own abuses, they keep making excuses. Housing crack up over, they unleash the lawyer. Set up an inquiry just to get Kid Rowley, but they wouldn't sue the false paper screw. I don't need to close to tell them go. Hurry, pack up your bundle now. Stop fooling the people. The country taking a beating, so maybe I repeating. Go. They're like a natural disaster. Now. 10 times worse than Ebola.
What is that?
What?
What is that?
Amalgamation of things, a lot of things, including including cinnamon. Cinnamon is known to reduce your blood sugar level. So I try to drink cinnamon as regularly as possible. I need some ginger. I don't have any ginger. I need some ginger. And I have some turmeric, but I only have the powdered form. So I need like the tubers themselves so I can use that to boil. Well, not to boil, to draw and to drink that too. So I want my combination to be ginger, turmeric, and cinnamon. GTC.
GTC.
Yeah, GTC.
There we go.
Yeah. So, you ready? It's going to be for the long haul this morning. This morning we ain't playing it. We're going deep. And this morning, friends, I can safely say to you that we promise to take as much as we can out of our dear friend Michael Baptiste. Michael is already hearing me. I know he's there. And we did make the arrangement to start at 8 o'clock. But if I'm going to get 10 minutes more out of him, I may as well take it now. And so it's 10 minutes to the 8 o'clock hour. So, friends, Gates, tell me how many people we have on the live. Let me hear. How many people we have on the live?
230.
230. We expect to get up into the 500 mark. Yeah. And the likes, we go in for 250 likes this morning. So let me do so and say good morning. Michael Baptiste, good morning to you. How are you doing, my brother?
Pleasant morning, my brother. Pleasant morning to all the wonderful listeners out there. I am so happy to be around and my forward to an exciting program.
Well, I do hope that we have a very exciting one. Michael, I realize that every time I see you on a live these days, I see you carry the national colors in the background.
Well, let me say that this flag is close to my heart. First, it's a Grenadian flag, and secondly, I remember in the early days. It is only we guys we're proud to display that wonderful in the background. I remember being in the early days as a teenager, and how much pride I got involved with people from the opposite side. That's people and others who want to be independent. And when I go to a function, I would carry my little Grenadian flag and display it proudly, because carrying a Grenadian flag was not just an identification with Grenada, but it was a symbol that you're a supporter of the actions of the late great Eric Gary. And and people took offense to it at the time. So today I am so delighted when I see people waving that flag over the world. I said, oh boy, we come a long way. As a matter of fact, some of the people who was against the flag today, they're the ones who are flying it the highest. But thank God for that.
Thank God for that. Michael, there are a number of first questions I must get off my chest. At what age did you really get involved in the politics?
Well, truth be told, as a politician since I was 5 years old.
So you've been there before Garvey.
Oh yes. Even before Dr. Mitchell. And I will tell you why and how I became a politician at such a young age. I lost my mother when I was 2 months old. And I was adopted by two very poor people who did not have anything. So I learned at that time what it means to invite yourself into the feelings of the have-nots, the disadvantaged, the hopeless, the vulnerable. So my politics did not come from a textbook. It didn't come from a university classroom. My politics came from a survival experience. Because here I had a gentleman who didn't have children of his own. He was biological children of his own. But after the death of my mother, he was able to adopt so many of us in his home, and he embraced us as his very own. And he teaches us a lot of things. Mm-hmm. Always be concerned about those who can't help themselves. And it was from then I recognized that politics is not about who's bright. Politics is not about how much certificates you carry on your back. Politics is about how you care about ordinary people. So I learned then that politics is about people. Politics is about how you apply yourself to people in situations of needs. Politics is about how you listen to disadvantage. Politics is about those crying out in the wilderness that don't have a voice. How you pay attention to them and how you apply yourself in uplifting them, inspiring them, and providing needs, assistance for them in their times of needs. That's how my politics started.
That's how your politics started. Let's jump to another one. And this one is a very interesting one. Prime Minister Deacon Mitchell, Munich. Andy Williams, based on some of the things I'm seeing on social media, Andy Williams, Munich. Hamlet Mark, definitely Munich. I know that for sure. Jenny Simon, Munich. Michael Baptiste, definitely Munich. Am I correct with all of those or just some?
Well, you know, Munich is one of the most progressive community in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique, and I say so without an apology because, you know, for an isolated village, we have so many outstanding people around the world, and we've made such a huge contribution to the development of mankind. I heard you mention some names. I am not sure what I say they're pure stand Munich people.
Do you know somebody by the name of Johnny Clark?
Johnny Clark. The name rings a bell.
Or Clark person who is tied to that person seems to. I'm picking up that person is the grandfather of Andy Williams.
Well, Andy, parents, mother, I think is from Cafe.
So not necessarily Munich.
Right, and there are people from Cafe who have families in Munich, so he may have some cousins, but we, the people of Munich, because we have such outstanding citizens, we do not run and claim people just like that.
Okay, now Prime Minister Deacon Mitchell, definitely Munich. Or his father.
His father, who was a friend of mine, was from Munich.
Okay.
And I'm not quite sure. He may have visited Munich in his early times. I cannot verify that. But I know from reports his father is from Munich. But he's not behaving like somebody from Munich, though.
Oh, he's not. Okay. We'll get to that. We'll get to that, Michael. How about Jenny Simon? Do you know anything about Jenny Simon in Munich?
Again, I'm not sure whether she was born there, but she probably was brought in there at an early age. So maybe we have to. She probably sometime there.
You, Michael Baptiste, definitely Munich. How about Hamlet Mark?
Hamlet, oh yes. So, as a matter of fact, I and Hamlet are distant cousins. But I was born in the mountains of Munich. Hamlet Mark and then was born down what they call in Pla. And where I was born, you had to carry an extra shoe and put on a old pants and to get from where I was to where Hamlet Mark and them was living, because the roads are bad and the roads are terrible.
Okay.
And they're not anymore, though.
Okay.
Not anymore.
Okay. Michael, do you know a lady by the name of Tanita?
Yeah.
That's my adopted mother.
Okay.
Yeah, herself and my dad. My dad was residing in St. Croix. He was killed in St. Croix back in 1981 thereabouts. He was killed in St. Croix, and she called her daughter called me up one day and invited me to Munich and says, "Look, my mother wants to meet you." And she's like, "George is your father?" I says, "Yeah." She says, "You sure that Charlo is your father?" I says, "Yeah." She says, "Well, Charlo was my best friend in St. Croix, and she adopted me instantly." Right. So I could claim Munich too.
Okay.
I could claim Munich. I can also lay claim to Munich, my brother. So nobody can leave me out of the party when it comes to Munich. Nonetheless, I expect us to have a wonderful time this morning. I have some questions for you. That took me the past couple of nights to put together because I really wanted us to be on par this morning. And it will be remiss of me to not ask you this question in the get-go. And the question is simply, what are your comments, Michael, on how this present administration, led by Prime Minister Deacon Mitchell, what are your comments on how they're running this country?
Wow. Well, I thought you'd leave this one for last.
No, a bowler has to bowl his best ball first.
Well, of course, I'm very disappointed. I think the Prime Minister lacked the vision, the empathy, the caringness to adequately deal with the problems affecting Grenada today. It is very difficult to make that transition from representing corporate Grenada and in most cases representing companies against very poor people. Like, for example, Calabash Hotel going up against a poor woman. All she was doing was trying to get her benefits and, representing corporate Grenada against a citizen. Mm-hmm. I'm wondering. Then I look at the SGU situation, how he behaved with the workers there. And then a few years later, now he wants to claim that he loved the workers. So I have some problems with that. And we could go on with his representation against the marketing board for his client Grenada Rice Mill. Marketing board represents farmers, struggling farmers, small farmers. And then his first act, one of his very first acts as Prime Minister, was to shut down marketing board. So I have some queries about that. I look at some of the policies of this government. I would start off with the housing. And I know that the new National Party, they made requests to the Chinese for assistance for housing for low income and people living in vulnerable areas. And then today I see how the NDC under Deacon Mitchell is dealing with that situation. And it hurts my heart to a point when I hear that the Minister of Housing raising a key in her hand and saying to single women, low-income women, or young people who are looking to own a home, some of them, most of them working for under $1,500 a month. It hurts my heart when I hear a Deacon-led government saying to these people, go get $70,000 and come and collect the key. It tells me that this is not a man that can invite himself into the feelings of the poor, the needy, the low income. To me, it appears to me as if he has become a heartless person. I look again at the situation with water. In June of this year, the Deacon-led administration went to Parliament and introduced a 5% levy on water. And there came Beryl, after receiving millions of dollars from an insurance that was made possible by the former government. And what did he do? He introduced another tax on water. But you hear him talking about the WASH program that they stole from NNP, because NNP had a bathroom and toilet program. But he stole that program and he called it WASH. And now he's using that in photo apps as an accomplishment. But look at his policy on water. $240 he has imposed on every residential person in the island. So, in other words, one of his WASH customers, as he call it, if the service were to be disconnected, and I want to warn them, don't get rid of your duk-duk. Because if your service were to be disconnected, let's say for $100 that you couldn't pay, because sometimes with the bad economy, because he has yet to revive the economy, I'm sure we're going to get to that, in a struggling economy, where people sometimes have to make sometimes the choice between which bill eating or which bill they would pay. If one of these WASH customers were to get disconnected, here's what they face now. You have to find $240 service charge to give the Deacon Mitchell-led administration service charge. You have to find the $100 that you couldn't pay in the first place. And then you have to find the reconnection fee. And there's no provisions at all whatsoever for the elderly, the unemployed, the single women head of household, the mentally challenged. No exemptions. It's a one big brush. You pay or you do without the water.
What is interesting here, Michael, is this, as you've mentioned, that whole water situation with the WASH people and other people who are in the vulnerable situation. And as you said, having to make that choice between a meal today and let me hold on the water bill until I get the next money so I could handle the water bill. What you're making it more expensive for them to have the reconnection than to have a new connection.
Well, obviously, and that to me cannot be someone with a heart. I mean, we know that everyone must try to paddle their own canoe to a point. But it is the duty of government to help those that can't help themselves. And if, for heaven's sake, someone run into difficulties and they happen not to be able to pay that bill, they're left without water. And in most cases, it's the vulnerable, the people on the bottom. And you know, they don't like to hear the word vulnerable because they believe, when you talk about vulnerable, they believe, oh, well, that is NNP people. And I want to say to them that it's not NNP. There are vulnerable people all over the world. And they will be with us for a very, very long time. So he's making it a lot difficult for people on the bottom of the economic ladder to have the uses of water. And I said before, you know, sometimes I wonder, because I know there were those who used to shout and stand up and advocate the rights of women, single women, low-income women, the mentally challenged, the physically challenged. But that silence today is deafening. I'm wondering if you, when you become a part of the NDC, if you have lost your consciousness. I am tempted to single out some people for their silence, but I would refrain from that for the time being.
Okay, I understand, appreciate that. But let's move on here, Michael. But there's a question that came when you started to mention, when you mentioned the Prime Minister and the representation that he gave when he was actively as a lawyer. And you spoke about rice mills and marketing board. What is that?
Well, the Grenville Rice Mill Company, they were in some dispute with marketing board. As you know, marketing board had the monopoly for rice and whatnot. I don't know all the details of why they sought the court for litigation. But what I do know is that A. Deacon Mitchell represented Grenada Rice Mill, and he lost. Okay?
And that was Grenada Rice Mills against marketing board, i.e. marketing board being government.
Being government and by extension farmers, small farmers.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And he lost.
He lost? I didn't know he could lose a case based on what they're promoting. Is like he can't lose a case at all. I didn't know he lost a case.
No, he lost. He lost that case. Well, he lost the case, but he come back and he win the battle because he shut down marketing board. So you have to give him credit for that. So he shut down marketing board against the advice of the acting CEO that he had put in place, Mr. Handel.
Yes.
They said, let's find a way to keep it going. Now, marketing board is the lifeblood of the agriculture sector. The lifeblood of the agriculture sector by means that it affords itself for small farmers to come in and sell small produce to the marketing board. And when, in the early times, when Grenada was infected with the mealybug, and we're going to get to that, marketing board was used as a area where we could perform sanitary and phytosanitary conditions because they had the facilities so that we could re-enter the shipping market. Marketing board was used also when we invited the US FDA to come to Grenada to clear Grenada for shipment of soursop to the United States. And you know, I must say that Grenada is the only Caribbean island that can export soursop to the United States.
Well, as a matter of fact, it's the only country in the world, Michael, that can export raw soursop. The others have to process the soursop before they export it to the US. We are in a very, very fortunate situation.
You know, I'm a humble guy. I don't know if I should take a bow.
Well, take your bow now, man. Take your bow.
I do that because they said all of that, and you never made mention of who was the Minister of Agriculture at the time. Who invited the US FDA to come to Grenada and test our soursop? It was the Ministry of Finance with Dr. Mitchell as the Minister of Finance that made the funds available. Over 100,000 pounds of soursop was sacrificed in marketing board when the US FDA inspectors came in and were chopping up the soursop and looking for internal feeders. It was there and then that they gave us a clean bill of health. And how did we look at the soursop industry? I've heard a lot of noise about nothing was done since 1983, and sometimes I wonder. I said, well, some people, they've been honest, because if they were busy representing rice meal against farmers, if they were busy representing calabash against a poor woman that was trying to get a pension and gratuity, if they were busy in SGU, if they were busy representing Grenville and corporate Grenada, it was difficult for them to understand and to know what went on in Grenada. So sometimes you have to forgive them, because some people stick their head in the sand like an ostrich and just forget about what's going on around them. So, come back to the saucer. Leading up to 2000, when we recognized that, according to the WTO, we were having problems. We would be having problems shipping bananas to Europe because the whole regime had changed. The European Union stopped subsidizing agriculture for export, and we were left on we own. We had to find an alternative crop. We didn't talk about black pepper.
No, black pepper was not spoken about. No,
we could not, because we understand that black pepper, telling our young people to grow black pepper, would not be in the best interest of Grenada, because black pepper you have to grow, you have to harvest it, you have to clean it, you have to wash it, you have to dry it, you have to over dry it, you have to grate it, you have to grind it, and you have to package it. 9 stages that you have to go, and it's more fragile than any of the tree crops that was destroyed by Beryl and Ivan.
A 10 mile per hour wind can get rid of your black pepper field,
Exactly. So we look at soursop, and we said, look, that is the way we must go. It's the high yield on the international market. It's durable. We could use at home and abroad, and it's less work than bananas. So we went for it. But of course, we had competition, because there was a developer that planted a lot of soursop in Puerto Rico, and they were having problems with Grenada soursop. So they lobbied the US to keep us out. But of course, we took a bold decision, not just to call him in, but there was a time when the Ministry of Agriculture, in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance, with Dr. Mitchell as the Minister of Finance, we instructed the propagation station to grow, to produce thousands and thousands and thousands of soursop plants. And we made these plants available to the farmers for free. And today, look at what we have. But yet, we have a vibrant soursop industry. And instead of developing it, expanding on it, here we are talking about what we see in Nigeria, some tomato growing in hydroponics and
Okay. Now BJ, my good friend and your good friend BJ, he does hydroponics right there in the Bathway area in the.
Well, hydroponics is nothing new.
That's nothing new.
When we had the other, we had a relationship with Taiwan. They came and they lend their technical assistance to Grenadian farmers to grow hydroponics. Again, I said the Prime Minister have to be forgiven for the ridiculous statements that he's making, because when all these things was happening, he was not around. And if they say he's from Munich, and I know the house that his father used to live in, he would realize that there's pipe-borne water in the house now. At the time when he visited, there's a dup you had outside. So lots have happened. The road leading to where his father is living or was living, you had to have 2 boots and 2 pants to get down to the main road. But if you look at it now, you would see that those are access roads, motorable roads now. And again, you know, I'm such a humble guy. I don't want to take credit for all of that, but you can say that
your humble servant was involved.
Well, I was the good representative for the area.
For the area, that's true.
Right.
Well, let's look at, you've spoken a lot on agriculture. And that leads me to something that I really wanted to ask you. And as it relates to predial larceny and what is in place to help farmers as it relates to compensation for items stolen from their farms, or in the case of Keith Clouden, many years ago, I remember him receiving some monies. And I think you were the Minister for Agriculture then, correct me here, him receiving some monies when there was a certain level of vandalism in his farm in the Lassages area. What can you tell us about that? And is that fund still in place? And if it's not, do you think it needs to be reactivated?
Well, let's talk about Skipper first.
Okay.
Many years ago,
by Skipper, you mean Keith Clouden, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Many years ago, he had a piece of land in Lassages where he was engaged in farming. And yes, his farm suffered lots of vandalism. Some say by an irate former employee or something who had a personal grudge or whatever. Anyway, we overlooked all of that. Came into the ministry like a raging bull. And he sat him down quietly and I said, look, this Ministry of Agriculture made provisions for people like yourself in cases like this. And, you know, he got so calm and quiet. If you drop a pin, you would hear it. Mm-hmm. I said, I recently piloted a bill in the Parliament, a predial larceny fund. And the Ministry of Finance, again, it was under Dr. Mitchell, was the Minister of Finance. They had about $300,000 in that fund. Mm-hmm. So we sent out our valuator, evaluate his loss, came back, we agreed on a price. I can't recall from the top of my head whether it was 10 or 15,000, but I know that Keith Clouden received a significant amount of money from the predial loss. As a matter of fact, it is safe to say he was the first recipient from that fund.
Okay.
Now you ask about the fund today. You see, we face a situation where predial larceny is on the increase. And it is on the increase because of the tough times in Grenada. The shortages of agriculture being, I would say agriculture has been on the decline. In some cases, I should say it collapsed. Whatever left of it is precious gold. So it is a hot item for thieves. Okay. Unfortunately, when a farmer loses his crop, whether it is a cow, a sheep, a goat, and you know we hear of a lot of thieves with animals today, because of the situation with the predial larceny fund, the farmer would lose twice. First, he have to take time off to report the incident. You have to go to the courts. And when the court were to find that person guilty and charged, that money goes to the consolidated fund. There was a time when that predial larceny fund was active and money from the courts went straight into the predial larceny fund, and that aggrieved farmer were able to get a check and go about his business. Today, that predial larceny fund is inactive. So if we're talking predial larceny, and I heard a very interesting program on your station yesterday. I was trying to call, unfortunately I couldn't. And I heard they're talking about warning children about picking up mangoes in people's parents, about children picking up mangoes in people's lands and all of that. And I'm not so sure that is the problem we have with predial larceny. Pretty larceny involves people stealing people's crop and selling it to vendors and what have you. Now, the pretty larceny task force is ineffective. They do not have a transport. In most times, farmers report there's no response. As we speak, there's a farmer in Bylands who lost over 700 pounds of ginger. He went to the police station to report it. Not a single member of the RBGF visited his farm. None from the pretty larceny squad. When I heard the gentleman said that he was expecting the proceeds from the ginger to help build a home for his, repair a home for his family, I was moved by that. The Minister of Agriculture did not lend a hand. The representative in the area did not lend a hand. So what this poor fella now has become so dejected, and he said to me 2 nights ago, he's gonna give up agriculture and he's gonna look for a security job. Now that when I was the Minister of Agriculture, that would never happen. And that should not happen. What we need now is to reactivate that pretty larceny fund. And the Minister of Finance must find monies to put into that fund. And when farmers like the farmer in Byland, just like we did for Keith Clouden, when they are wronged, that pretty larceny fund will be able to help them. So what we're doing now, we're just bucking in the wind. We started a program in the ministry, which I used to call it my hurry up offensive scheme, the no huddle offense, where we were paying farmers to work their own lands. And that program was so successful. We were able to resurrect the banana industry after the NDC government left the country with millibug. We were suspended from whip deco. Everything in the country was turning yellow, even palm trees. The trees were turning yellow, not the people.
Not the people. I got you there, Michael. But let me ask you this question now before we take a break. And that question may wrap up agriculture for the time being. How do you rate this government and their dealings with agriculture after the passage of Hurricane Beryl?
Well, dismal. Again, it's a kind of don't care attitude. If it is not a photo op, you don't hear anything from them. Beryl destroyed the agriculture sector. And luckily for us this time, we should have hit the ground running after Beryl. Millions of dollars were collected from a CRIF fund. It took 2 weeks after Beryl. The insurance company gave Grenada a fat check for farmers and those who lost their homes. As we speak now, there are farmers who have yet to get a little compensation. When this government came into office, as we said earlier, the first thing that they did was to knock down the marketing board. They said they would come up with a plan to restructure the marketing board and to charter the way forward. They had 2 ministers then. They had Minister Adrian Thomas.
Yes.
And he has a master's degree in agriculture. And he loved to talk about that. And then we had Lennox Andrews. Within the 2 ministers, they have yet to put forth a plan for the way forward for agriculture. Beryl came 4 months later, and farmers are still struggling. As we see on the market today, we have cabbage, lettuce, tomato, cucumbers coming all the way from Canada.
Yeah.
So there is never a plan. And anytime you fail to plan, you're planning to fail. So whether it was under Adrian Mitchell and Lennox Andrews, or Leonard Andrews alone.
Adrian Thomas. Don't do that to Spaceman. Adrian Thomas, not Adrian Mitchell.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Adrian Mitchell was a very, very, very good member of parliament for St. Patrick's
East.
Yeah, and he transformed that constituency, as he loved to say, especially the city of Riverside.
Yes, definitely. So don't mix them up.
I'm not. So the government have yet to outlay a plan for agriculture. You heard the nonsense from the Prime Minister again. He's going to install netting on the mango trees. He's going to use Grenville truck to go around picking mangoes. I mean, sometimes it's so depressing when the Prime Minister is not speaking with a script. It's very depressing hearing him. How in heaven's name would you resurrect agriculture by getting Grenville trucks to come pick mango? We have no organized mango fields. How would you put the netting under the mangoes? How is that possible? Some of the places that these mango trees are not there's no motorable roads, and it's just not possible. But of course, we have to forget about the non-performance of this administration, and we have to talk about the way forward for agriculture, because just talking about what they did not do is not going to help farmers.
Yeah,
we have a huge food import bill, and our agriculture must be guided accordingly based on the food import bill. There's a lot of things that we importing into Grenada that we could grow in Grenada. The time has come where we must look at contract farming. When we had contract farming, specific farmers were selected to work along with the main users of agricultural products, vis-a-vis the hotels and the restaurant and so on. So farmers knew that when their crops are ready, they knew exactly where to go. So we have a situation now with poultry, where we're importing 44 million pounds. Yes, we do have 2 companies now that aid in that, but they need help. We have to look at the legislation as it relates to the feed, which prohibits the growth of local poultry, and we have to revisit that. We cannot sit by and allow a pound of flour or animal feed sold in Antigua to be cheaper than that in Grenada, because Grenadian farmers and consumers are subsidizing an export product for a local company. That's just not possible. In the meantime, millions of dollars are leaving our shores and going outside importing poultry products in Grenada. So we have to look at the agreement and see if the feed mill is in compliance with the agreement, or whether or not we should declare it null and void, liberalize the feed industry, and allow the poultry industry to take off. And 2, we must look at the bond rate. We petitioned the WTO, and we got the WTO to increase the bond rate for poultry products. Too many poultry products is coming to Grenada very cheap. And once we sit by and allow the sharks and the sardines to swim in the same waters, our local industry will suffer. So now is the time.
Go ahead, finish that statement.
Now is the time. We have a corporate lawyer at the helm. That is his area of expertise. He must sit with the feed mill and find ways of how we can get out of that act. I mean, personally, I'm not a lawyer, but I believe that we are already out of it, because the terms and condition of the act was that the feed mill was supposed to help Grenadian farmers develop the poultry industry, and they have not so far. So we must find ways so we could help the local farmers. And that is one of the things that we have to do in order to get agriculture moving, because we cannot go on with this huge import bill. We importing pigs and goat from St. Vincent and neighboring islands. And those are things that we could do here. And once we start doing so, we could spread that resources around the country and we could see some form of economic growth taking place here.
All right, we're going to take a break here, Michael, and we need a commercial break, and then we'll be right back with more. When I come back, one of the questions that I want to start off with, so I'm going to get your mind in gear. It's going to have to do with the Prime Minister and his travels. We'll look at that when we get back. This is Real. This is 91.9, 91.5, www.therealfmgrenada.com. Also, those on the YouTube channel, a special morning to you, and thank you so very much. Don't forget that you've got to hit that like button. Do so now.
When you talk, when you run, when you walk, what you say, when you talk.
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share.
From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
In an industry where customers expect quality, M&N Hardware Limited is a leader in locally manufactured aluminum windows, doors, roofing, and guttering. Our manufacturing division is efficient, flexible, and will always go the extra mile to surpass customer expectations. If you need security, sash, casement, or projected windows, we're able to do it. Our security and heavy-duty doors are state-of-the-art and can be customized specifically for you. Using innovative coating technologies and protective film, our roofing and guttering is weather-resistant, providing outstanding color retention for many years. Available in 24 and 26 gauge and a variety of color options. We are the leading company, a family that is proving to customers they can have their dream products. M&N Hardware Limited. Foundation to roof, let's build together.
Hello and welcome to your daily dental health tip.
Brushing at least twice a day with toothpaste that has fluoride, which helps make your teeth strong, is a great start. The most important time of day to brush is at night before bed. Brush in a circular motion and take your time. You should brush for 2 minutes. Do not neglect your tongue. Flossing every day helps get rid of tiny bits of food stuck between your teeth where the toothbrush can't reach. And don't forget to visit the dentist for checkups. They can catch any problem early and help keep your teeth healthy. Follow these easy steps to keep your teeth cavity free. Say cheese with ease.
This has been your daily dental health tip. Your daily dental health tip is produced by the Health Promotion and Communication Department, Ministry of Health, and sponsored by Pan American Health Organization.
It is said that your health is your wealth, and therefore the GCCU, the Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, is ensuring that your health's wealth is protected. On Saturday the 30th November, the GCCU Health Fair will be held in the Grenville Bus Terminal, starting from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Have your pressure and blood sugar checked. Know your body mass index reading, your BMI. Get important information from the Grenada Food and Nutrition Council. The Grenville Cooperative Credit Union Health Fair, protecting your health's wealth.
The Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of Grenville, takes you where you want to be. Feel secure with the Credit Union of Grenville, taking care of all your financial needs, including savings, loans, mortgages, and sound financial advice. Serving you with branches on Jubilee Street in Grenville, Lucas Street in St. George's, and coming soon, our Grandstand sub-office. Call us on 442-8602 or visit one of our offices. With Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, your financial security is guaranteed.
Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique, get ready. History is in the making as the new National Party celebrates 40 powerful years of progress, visionary leadership, and service with a massive rally. Join us at the Bushes playing field on Sunday, December 1st at 5 p.m. Feel the energy, build the momentum, and get inspired for the rescue mission ahead. Joining us all the way from Jamaica as our special guest speaker, our political brother, the most honorable Andrew Holness, Prime Minister of Jamaica and leader of the JLP. We also welcome a special guest from St. Lucia, former Prime Minister and political leader of the UWP, the Honorable Alan Shashanet. We will also witness a highly anticipated address from Grenada's longest sovereign Prime Minister and our political leader, Dr. the Right Honorable Keith Mitchell. NNP Massive 40th Anniversary Rally. It's music, good vibes, and unity. Wear your green, bring your voice, and let's make this a celebration like no other. The countdown is on. December 1st, Bushes playing field, 5 p.m. Be there.
The St. Patrick's Catholic School presents their annual fair and dance on Friday, December 6th, 2024. Time from 1 p.m. at the school grounds. There will be attractive eats, an ice-cold bar, bouncing castle games, haunted house, and other entertainment. Bashment, $5 to enter. Dance starts at 9 p.m. and $20 is the entry fee. Music by Just Gus and Silky Dawn. Don't forget, on Friday, December 6th, 2024, the St. Patrick's Catholic School's annual school fair and dance. See you there.
When I'm feeling under the weather.
One hit at a time. The best music on the best radio. Real FM.
Me candid, too wicked, far too crooked. That is the frequent comment I hear. Too one-sided, underhanded, can't be trusted. This is the opinion, ear to ear. For their own abuses, they keep making excuses. Housing crack up over, they unleash their lawyer. Set up an inquiry just to get Kid Rowley, but they wouldn't sue the false paper screw. I don't need more close to tell them go. Hurry, pack up your bundle now. Stop fooling the people. The country taking a beating, so maybe I repeating. Go. They're like a natural disaster. Now. 10 times worse than Ebola, like a dog with fleas and tongue on their knees. And I'm begging. Streets turn into rivers, then into seas. Is why I sing it. Now this is my humble petition. Announce the date for election. Go now, please.
19 minutes nowadays before the 9 o'clock. Yeah, we had to come up for some air there. Speaking at Michael Baptiste is one of the most challenging things I've ever done. I tell you what, I've spoken to a lot of people, interviewed a lot, and this is the first time I'm doing Michael Baptiste, Gates. Yeah, it's the first time I'm doing Michael Baptiste, and
you're missing out.
Yeah, I'm missing out. Trust me, I'm missing out. And he falls in the league of Keith Mitchell, because I've done Keith Mitchell a couple of times. And I'll tell you one that I've done, and that was way back in the days of the Grenada Broadcasting Network, and that was Alwyn Roberts. Do you know who that person is?
No.
You ever heard? Let me go to Michael. Michael, do you know the name Alwyn Roberts?
Yes, I know Alwyn. Yes.
Tell Gates who is Alwyn Roberts. He doesn't know.
He was an old broadcaster. Was that David?
No, not that one. This Alwyn Roberts I'm speaking about here is a guy. He died. He's not a Grenadian. May have had Grenadian roots, but in the Calypso world, he was known as Kitchener.
Oh,
I did an interview with Kitchener one time.
Yeah, but there was Alwyn Roberts that was also a broadcaster.
Okay, yeah, but Kitchener was a difficult, very difficult interview to do because he stuttered.
Okay.
When he's speaking, he stutters, and that was really, really difficult. And I had to do some dig deep so as to stay focused with him,
right,
and try to ask him things that would not cause him to stutter. That was a huge challenge, and that was in my early stages at the Grenada Broadcasting Network. But nonetheless, let's go on now, Michael. The PM travels, and I believe if we look at the record books, it more than likely will show that this prime minister is the most traveling prime minister. It more than likely would show that. Of course, when one travels, it brings personal benefits to that individual. When you travel, personal benefits to that individual when one travels. The thing is, though, what benefits are you seeing or have you seen that Grenada has gotten since the Congress is in office this time as it relates to the travels of the Prime Minister?
Well, you know, the Prime Minister said that he's more popular than Kearney James.
Yeah.
More popular than all the folks.
Alan
Francisque, other gold Methodist. He went on to say that he's doing a better job than the Grenada Tourist Board.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think the Prime Minister had a childhood dream to tour the world. I think that's basically what it was. Mm-hmm. And he got the opportunity. He have the opportunity now, so he's fulfilling that dream. Now
so it goes back to that. It goes back to that story around the world in 80 days.
Right. Now, you would recall the Prime Minister talk about buying an aircraft.
Mm-hmm.
Because of course he wanted to cut down on the amount of money that he's paying for airline tickets. Mm-hmm. You said when you travel you bring personal benefits. Well, we are experiencing an increase in selling of the passports. So obviously the PM may be a better salesman with the passport. I recall before the elections, he did say that he had a company that was involved in, he had an interest in a company that was involved in selling passports. And you have to forgive me if I did not hear any pronouncements or announcement that he has recused himself from that company. I don't know the people who are traveling with him. I know that he travels with a photographer. I don't know who are the members of his entourage. In most cases, we don't know where he's going. Let's go back to Beryl. The eve of Beryl, most of the islands that was announced where Beryl probably would hit. The PM was at home, putting all the systems in place, warning the citizens, taking out all precautionary measures. I was in Barbados doing cricket, watching cricket. This Prime Minister is never in Grenada long enough to sit and come up with a comprehensive plan how we could get Grenada out of the mess. Now remember, we're coming out of COVID. Our economy is stagnant. when they came in, the Prime Minister came in with big plans of what he will do and how he will get the economy moving. Because of his frequent traveling, agriculture suffer because there is not a plan for the way forward.
Mm-hmm.
And I was shocked when I heard the Minister of Health saying in the Parliament that people or the opposition would be jovial to hear that our health sector has gotten worse. I didn't say it. The Minister of Health
said it.
Said it. That is after 3 ministers visited the Ministry of Health. You had one that's no longer around. He spent a good year or two there. And then this one is telling you that no improvement have been made. And what is worse, not just the PM traveling, it has a negative impact at home. Look at who is leaving in charge of Grenada. And they talk about leadership.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at the NDC team, minus the Prime Minister, look what you have. There's no one on that NDC team with any vision that could come up with any creative plan that could move Grenada forward. The acting Prime Minister is merely doing maintenance work like a yard boy. You do this, you do that, you run here, you go take a photo up. And until the substantive title holder returned, this traveling Prime Minister is not staying in the country long enough to have a serious impact of what's going on at home. We're hearing now that we're going to have statutorization. As the PM touch base with the workers, the people to tell us what would happen. Are we going to have a national healthcare plan, healthcare insurance? What's going to happen? Can we be, as citizens of Grenada, be comfortable and feel safe knowing that here is a government that we elected in 2.5 years and they have made the healthcare sector in Grenada has gotten worse. More babies are dying there. No medication. And it tells me all of that is happening because the minister themselves are not seeing the Prime Minister. So the little things like what's a daily report, a phone call at night. You say, well, chief, such and such, the medication is running low. You cannot have that dialogue with him because he's never available. We had a barrel. We had a death in during barrel. A young lady lost her life. The PM have not told Grenada except the helicopter trip, little helicopter that he fly over. He have not visited the villages to actually see for himself. He does not even know the extent of the damages. And he gone again. So the people of Grenada have to determine whether or not they want to leave Grenada in the hands of Andy Williams, or whether or not they want to elect a Prime Minister who would stay at home and work with his colleagues to solve some of the problems affecting Grenada. Every sector of the economy has failed. Every sector. You look at health is in shambles, agriculture is in shambles, education is in shambles. As a matter of fact, I don't even think the PM was wrong when they were touting the idea about introducing same-sex marriage in our schools. I don't even know if he was wrong. But I'm sure if he was wrong, he probably would have said, no, let's leave that alone. But you heard the Minister of Education. But we as parents and Grenadians must say to this government, we need leadership. Oftentimes they're talking about a leadership crisis inside NNP. And I say from time to time that the leadership problem in Grenada is not inside NNP. The leadership problem is inside of NDC. You have one single fella, an inexperienced person trying to do a cheap imitation of Maurice Bishop. He's never on the ground. He's never in the country. He has yet to come out with a plan to move Grenada forward. If you take him out of the equation and you look at the rest of the team, let's say for God something happened and you say, well, he's no longer here, which like all of us, it can happen to any one of us. What could happen to Grenada? Look at the team. Would you put Grenada in the hands of Andy Williams? Would you put Grenada in the hands of Lennox Andrews? Or Dennis Cornwall?
And you're asking that based on the fact that these persons could emerge as political leaders of the National Democratic Congress.
Well, when you look at the composition of the team, the people took a chance. And they say they wanted a change, but look at the change that you got. Look at the exchange. Look at it this way. On the NNP team, you could look at any 5 persons. And you could say, well, that person could step up and hold the fort. Look at it on the NDC team. Take out Dr. Mitchell, take out Deacon Mitchell from both sides. And see what you're left with. Andy Williams.
Gregory Boyne. Every time you call one, I'm going to call another one. You call Andy Williams, I call Gregory Boyne.
Dennis Cornwall.
Emmeline Pierre.
Lennox Andrews.
Peter David. Call again.
What's her name in golf?
Oh God! So you really want me to put Clarice Modeste against her? That's advantage. That's advantage.
I'm surprised that you were even able to do that matchup, because when I look at it, I think that the country would be in chaos if you take away Deacon Mitchell from that team.
That's it.
What do you have? But on the other hand, with the NNP, regardless of whatever issues they may have with NNP, on the other hand, with the NNP, you could look at 5, 6 people inside here and said, you know what? I could feel safe at night because these 5 people could step to the plate. But on the NDC team, the reason why they're doing so poorly is because they do not have a go-to person. You can go to Tillman Thomas for advice on how to run a country. Who can they turn to? So you have a situation where the Prime Minister himself is out of the country, and there's no one on the team that could step forward and come up with any creative plan that could say, I could do this for Grenada and get Grenada moving. So this is a concern, and this is something that I think have to be put forward to the Grenadian people the next time around, the question of leadership.
You know, I just received a message here, Michael, and somebody just said that this is the statement that you just made is the statement for the 5 years of the Congress being in office. If you take out Deacon Mitchell, who's next?
So there is the leadership crisis.
Yeah.
And he's not doing well. He's always out of the country. Hence you see the state of Grenada. The state of Grenada is not just it's not just agriculture. It's not just economy. Not just in tourism. It is all around. Every single project that this guy started have yet to be completed. I mean, here you have a man who holds the Ministry of Works, such an important position, and he's never on the job.
Mm-hmm.
He's never on the job. I saw a piece of road on Eastern Main Road in Sobeys. 6 months.
Yeah.
Over 6 months.
That's close to the entrance of Villa Road, is it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And when you look at the hazardous condition of that road, any child or any vehicle could just run in here and we could have a fatality.
Yep.
I don't know what the condition is. I don't know what the condition. I don't know about the contracts and all of that. But what I do know is there is no supervision from the ministry. I've never seen a CTO. I don't see no technical people lending assistance for that project on the Eastern Main Road. That is a concern. And the substantive minister is the prime minister, but he's never in the country. As a matter of fact, I'm sure he does not even know that what's going on there for the last 6 months. So there we have it. His traveling is having a negative impact on his job as prime minister and minister of works.
Michael, what's your views on Delma's support for the actions of this present government versus hers when she was a member of the new national party? I mean, I can bring one close to you quickly, and it has to do with the houses. As a matter of fact, she had already, as the minister for housing with the new national party, she had already given out some houses in Karakou, in the housing units. And when the Congress came into office, and of course she being a member of the Congress, they said that was not done properly, which was, to me, that was a big slap in the face to her. What's your comments on her actions presently with the Congress?
I'm tempted to take a pass on that one, but I can't because they ask a question.
All right, so here's what I'm gonna do for you. We have news that we're gonna take. We have to take just about now. So right. I'm going to give you a time to shake up with that question. We're going to take the news and a commercial break, and then we'll come right back, and we'll go straight to that one. Okay? All right, then. Great. This is Real. 91.9, 91.5, www.realfmgrenada.com. Broadcasting from studios located Main Street Stairs inside of beautiful, historical St. Patrick.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour.
This is the latest update of news as produced by Triple N. The details when we return.
In an industry where customers expect quality, M&N Hardware Limited is a leader in locally manufactured aluminum windows, doors, roofing, and guttering. Our manufacturing division is efficient, flexible, and will always go the extra mile to surpass customer expectations. If you need security, sash, casement, or projected windows, we're able to do it. Our security and heavy-duty doors are state-of-the-art and can be customized specifically for you. Using innovative coating technologies and protective film, our roofing and guttering is weather-resistant, providing outstanding color retention for many years. Available in 24 and 26 gauge and a variety of color options. We are the leading company. A family that is proving to customers they can have their dream products. M&N Hardware Limited. Foundation to roof, let's build together.
Hello and welcome back. I am your presenter, Kira Gonport. Locally, Honorable Joseph Andel, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Export Development, and Mr. Hualu, IAEA Deputy Director General and Head of the Department of Technical Cooperation, signed Grenada's Country Program Framework, CPF, for the period of 2024 to 2029 on November 22nd, 2024 and November 25th, 2024. In the region in Barbados, the Congress of Trade Unions and Staff Associations of Barbados is calling for a reduction in the retirement age for nurses, prison officers, police, and firefighters. President Ryan Phillips says adjusting the retirement age, currently 67, for these categories of workers is a significant step to alleviating burnout and rectifying shortages within the workforce.
It would also allow personnel to retire earlier without any financial penalty, making space for young recruits who can meet the physical demand of these roles. 2. Nurses. Implement a flexible retirement age, permitting experienced nurses to continue serving their role if they choose. This ensures the healthcare system can benefit from their wisdom and expertise during periods of critical need. Can you imagine a fireman at age 65, age 65, pulling the hose or trying to out your fire? It's not practical. Or a policeman who has to respond to the events of crime, especially when, and I mentioned the trains involved in this particular activity, responding, he himself is a risk not only to himself, but and his colleagues, but also to you. How effective can he be? Can you imagine a prison officer?
Internationally, France Macron calls 1944 killings of West Africa troops by French a massacre.
In a letter to the Senegalese authorities, France's president for the first time called the killing of West African soldiers by the French army 80 years ago a massacre. Senegalese President Bassirou Diomaye Faye made the announcement in an interview aired Thursday on French state television. Emmanuel Macron's move comes on the eve of the anniversary of the Tiaroy killings. Between 35 and 400 West African soldiers were killed on December 1st, 1944 by French soldiers after what the French described as a mutiny over unpaid wages. The West Africans who fought for the French army in the Battle of France in 1940 were members of the unit called Tirailleurs Sénégalais, a corps of infantry in the colonial army. Faye said Macron's step should open the door for the whole truth to come out.
And in sports, Jamaican superstar Khadija Bunny Shaw has been nominated for the Barclays Women's Super League Player of the Month award for November. Capping off an extraordinary month of performances from Manchester City, the 27-year-old forward's scintillating form has placed her among 6 elite nominees for the prestigious accolade. Shaw's nomination comes as she prepares for a pair of the international friendlies with Jamaica's senior women's team against South Africa in Montego Bay, a fitting opportunity for fans back home to celebrate her remarkable achievements. This ends the latest update of news. Thank you for joining us.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour. From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
Step inside. Immerse yourself in colors that come alive.
Color by Siss.
Let your imagination run wild. Surround yourself in a world of colors.
Color by Siss.
Endless inspiration. Bold expression. Bold expression.
Color by Siss. Siss. Express your style with Color by Siss.
The first word when you speak about furniture is classic. Yes, at Classic Furniture, they design and make the best in local furniture. All their products are made from the finest local wood available on island. You think it, they design it, and make it to your expectation. The highest standards at the best possible price, and they also provide higher purchase for you, their valued customers. Located on Ben Jones Street in Grenville, with their factory at Chantimel in St. Patrick. That's where you need to visit when looking for products made of the finest local wood. They deliver and install items at no extra cost. Your satisfaction is their mission. The extra step is taken to ensure their customers are completely satisfied. They do doors and finished kitchen, supplies mattresses, and restores antique pieces to look like the first day they were made. Hey, give us a call on 442-4645 and 442-9726. Classic Furniture, Grenada's homegrown furniture producers.
It is said the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Therefore, the authenticity of the beverage can only be acquired in the taste. A taste which is original to Antoine de Beauregard Industries and comes from a combination of spices and local rum, which can hold its own all over the world. Woodman, a strength which speaks for itself, a case which stands out from the rest, bottled with care, which speaks to perfection. Try Woodman today and be stunned by a flavor as never before. Let your palate savor that which is produced locally. Do not be deterred by substandard products. Our taste speaks volumes and sets us apart from the competition. You will be satisfied with every sip of our product. Say rum, say Woodman, feel satisfaction. Now that's quality.
The Grenada Cooperative Nutmeg Association GCNA hereby gives notice that the area meetings of the association will be held as follows. For the area of St. Andrew on Tuesday, November 26, the meeting will be held from 3 p.m. at the Grenville Curing Station. For St. David on Wednesday, 27th November will be your date at the Bellevue Community Center from 3 p.m. On Thursday, they move to St. Patrick at the Marley Receiving Station from 3 p.m. On Tuesday, December 3rd, St. Mark at the Victoria Receiving Station from 3 p.m. St. John, Wednesday, December 4th, Guava Processing Station from 3 p.m. And the meeting ends on Thursday, December 5th in St. George at the Bolio Nutmeg Museum from 3 p.m. Farmers are asked to make a special effort to attend the meeting in their respective parishes. The general meeting of delegates will be held at the Bolio Nutmeg Museum, Bolio, St. George's on Thursday, December 19th and commencing from 9 a.m.
One hit at a time. The best music on the best radio. Real FM.
You tell me candid, they too wicked, far too crooked. That is the frequent comment I hear. Too one-sided, underhanded, can't be trusted. This is the opinion, here's the air. For their own abuses, they keep making excuses. Housing crack up over. They unleash the lawyer, set up an inquiry just to get it Rowley. But they wouldn't sue the false paper screw. I don't need to come close to tell them go. Hurry, pack up your bundle now. Stop fooling the people. The country taking a beating. So maybe I repeat it. Go. They like a natural.
I got a feeling.
What feeling is that?
That I could stay the whole day with Michael Baptiste. I hope he can. Michael, how was your Thanksgiving yesterday?
Well, very good. Very good. You know, it's a day that I always look forward to whenever I'm in the United States. Visit a lot of friends and relatives and a lot of food and all of that. And a time to talk a lot, talk about Grenada. And, you know, wherever Grenadians meet, Grenada politics.
You know, it's a day I don't really, as I say, I wasn't big up on that because I'll go and kill them Indian, take the turkey and all kind of thing, and then go and get thanks.
We can say all that. We could say all of that about Grenada too.
Yes, we could. We could say that on Grenada. But hey, you've got to get back to that question on Delma.
Well, you know, that question I wish I never had the answer. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why, and I wish I never had to answer it. We had a family relationship. We wept together the death of my daughter.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw, she's been seen by me as a genuine person who was concerned about ordinary people.
Yeah.
So I have to say, joining the NDC, I think they have transformed her into something that she's not. You know, the hope, the carelessness, the lack of empathy for the poor, what the NDC stands for. I believe inside of her she's hurting because she has been a champion for single women, head of household, the mentally challenged, the hopeless, the poor, the humble, the left out. And since being a member of NDC, her voice has been very silent. Okay. She, as a former Minister of Housing, have helped a lot of poor women, low-income women, obtain the elderly, obtain housing. She knows fully well that when the lady she calls Sister Gloria, waving two keys in the air and telling poor people, get $70,000 and comfort. I know she's uncomfortable with that. Because she knows fully well that the people that she helped to get housing before, they were not in a position to get $70,000. She knows fully well that a lot of single women, head of household, cannot even go inside the bank. Most of them does not have an account. Most people earning under $1,000 a month, the bank don't want to hear you.
Yeah.
So I believe she would have called, I heard they're not tight. I believe she would have called Gloria Thomas and said to her, where you want to put them, on the Paradise Bridge? Where you want them to go and live, on the Paradise Bridge? Because the housing policy is inhumane. The NDC housing policy is inhumane. There is no way a single woman head of household could find $70,000 to purchase the house. And houses that was given before, they should have allowed the people to stay in the homes. It's not just, I moan over the question when you ask me about that. Because it is not just the housing. I'm wondering, a person who championed the cause of the have-nots, when you're in a cabinet and you hear the cabinet planning to put $240 on every residential Nawasa customer, what you thought about the physically challenged, the unemployed, the mentally challenged? I am sure you're saying to yourself, you want to tell Mr. Deacon Mitchell that is heartless, but something within her telling her, no, I can't tell him that. So she's holding that back. The overall NDC policy is inconsistent to what she has become accustomed to under the new National Party. It was not giveaway. No, but hearing the cry, people crying in the wilderness for assistance, and she came to their assistance sometimes. So I'm wondering now, why and how could you be silent while these atrocities have been committed against the poor? When you're in the government and you hear they talk about taking back the 150, you should say, you know what? Even though it was not permanent, I know if I was with the NNP, the leader of the NNP would find a way to keep that money, to find ways so that the people could continue enjoying that 150 and don't take it away. You can't remain silent, because I believe in my heart that she's hurting. When you look at the suffering, when you represent a poor district and you see the policies of this government is hurting the people that you represent, how can you sleep good at night? You know, I know she's hurting. So I'm not gonna toss all the blame on her. I am saying she's in a situation where she's outnumbered and she's going along with the flow. Unfortunately, she's going along with the flow, but that's not the real her.
Does she continue with the politics? Meaning, does she offer herself again, or does she say, after this term there, does she say goodbye to it?
Well, she has had a good career in the politics. She have helped a lot of people. She means well. She was able to invite herself into the sufferings of a lot of people, some people with homes and people with social problems. If she's offering herself, she has a daunting task ahead of her. Because all of this NDC policies are now wrapped around her neck. She have to go and defend this 2 taxes on water after a hurricane, after a disaster. You have to defend that. You have to defend how you sit in and allow government to be selling grant houses that was given as grant to people in the diaspora. I am not saying they're not entitled, they are Canadians. But when the survey was done, it was not done based on people in the diaspora. It was based on people living in vulnerable areas. It was based on people whose income was so small they couldn't get a traditional mortgage from the bank because the bank don't want to hear them. So you have to raise your voice and say, no, we must have some set-asides. Or come up with a creative government guaranteed loans for the low-income people. And said, put aside 60% of these houses for low-income, and in some cases, no-income owners, even if you have to give them 50-year mortgage to pay, government guarantee mortgage. The government is not losing anything because they have the collateral, they have the equity there in their homes. But of course, the banks would not see them because of who they are. So you have to come up with creative plan and tell this NDC government, put aside 60% of these houses, set aside, and give to the people those people for the purpose of whom it was intended. And then the other 40%, you can put it in the open market, and that in itself would subsidize those low-income owners who can't afford to pay $800 or $900 mortgage. So we must have some balance, and I'm expecting her to somewhere quietly. You don't have to rock the boat, but call Sister Gloria at night. Tell her to increase on the amount that they're giving the elderly. Because with the high cost of living now, as the Prime Minister so adequately said when he was campaigning, it is a crime to give an elderly person $300. Because you're asking them now, if their water get disconnected, they have to pay $240 plus the reconnection fee. So how are they going to eat? And if they get sick and they go to the hospital, and we heard the Minister of Health saying that the health situation have deteriorated so badly, it's worse than it was. So how would they find the money for medication? So those are questions that you will have to answer in facing the public again.
There's this question, Michael, and I must ask it. There's a lot of talk. Every time you hear radio talk shows by different hosts throughout the nation, you hear the talk about Keith Mitchell not following the constitution of his party, and Keith Mitchell is behaving dictatorial. What's your comment on that, on the whole aspect that he's not following the constitution of his party? What say you?
You know, there's 2 words that is often abused: constitution and democracy, when it suits people. Now, I recall in 1985, when the New National Party was born, the Caribbean and the US arrangements on Union Island, they had Hubert Blaise as the leader, along with George Brizan and Francis Alexis and others, and Dr. Mitchell. And they came and they helped them to win the elections. Shortly thereafter, the NDC, Kenny, I think it was Kenny and Feasley St. Louis, they broke away. Then from Siss and Brizan and they formed what they call the NDC. Then Dr. Mitchell was left with the NNP along with Herbert Blaise. Herbert Blaise got sick. He went to America, Army Reed Hospital in America. He spent a few months there. In the meantime, the party, not the government, the party was in the hands of Dr. Mitchell. Mr. Blaise came back on a wheelchair after spending time in the hospital. Dr. Mitchell decided that there's a vacuum. We are just coming out of a tragedy from 1983. We are now returning to constitutional democracy as a nation, and the country needs leadership and guidance, and they need an able body to do so. So he contested the leadership against Herbert Blaise and won. Subsequently, he was fired. I didn't hear no one shout then that Mr. Blaise is a dictator. He lost the leadership of his party in an open and fair convention. He moved out and formed what he called TNP. So that left Dr. Mitchell with NNP. For almost 40 years, he carried NNP on his back. One of the reasons why the NNP remained a stable political party is because Dr. Mitchell claimed ownership. And when I say ownership, it's not just in terms of leadership. When you are the leader of a party, to keep it stable, there's some responsibilities. And he carried that load. And if today he's saying that he's giving up the leadership of the party, he didn't say he's walking away from it. I see absolutely nothing wrong if a person who carried that party, invested in that party for 40 years, if that person were to say, I want Tom, Dick, Harry, or Jane to succeed me, I see nothing wrong with that. There's nothing dictatorial about that. There's nothing unconstitutional about that. There's nothing undemocratic about that. I think he's all in his right. Let's face it. It's Dr. Mitchell's party. I remember when Peter was thrown out of NDC, and well, they threw out actually about half of the executive. There were no due process. They went in a convention, they call out names, and sometimes say, well, he had to go too. And they sent him out. I did not hear that cry about democracy and dictatorship. There were no due process. They were never given a chance to defend themselves. So today, as the party approaching its convention, I think it is fair game for Dr. Mitchell to say who he wants to succeed him. He molded the party in his own image and likeness. He has brought in people. I remember when there was a sitting MP in the town of St. George, and he wanted to bring in someone else. He ushered the person from the town of St. George into the south, and then he ushered in the person that he wanted to bring in. I didn't hear about vote. I didn't hear about democracy. I didn't hear about the dictatorship. I didn't hear nothing at all. So I think it's much ado about nothing. I think after the convention, I think the party will emerge stronger than ever. I pray. And I tell you why. Because, you know, let me be brutally honest with you. Over the years, I and Dr. Mitchell was engaged in some brutal political wars.
I know that.
And one may ask, well, why I'm being so charitable with my words today? Well, let me say now, when I look at the situation in the country today, and I look at the direction that the country is going, and I see a leader that's trying to take us back to the dark days of 1983. I see a leader that's trying to invoke the spirit of Maurice Bishop. I hear a leader shouting from north, south, east, and west that nothing was done in Grenada since 1983. I see a leader trying to humiliate and open up all wounds by trying to start our independence on October 1983. I see a leader misleading our young people by telling them that Maurice Bishop left us a free Grenada, knowing fully well that he's lying to the young people of Grenada, knowing fully well that when Bishop died, Grenada was in a state of war. When I see a leader trying to divide our country, the differences that I have with Dr. Mitchell is not as strong as the differences that I have with the National Democratic Congress. When I see a leader trying to minimize the work and the legacy of the late great Eric Gary, it gets to me because I believe I am one of the few and the last standing soldier of the late great Eric Gary. So whatever differences I have with Kit Mitchell, I can throw that out the window and if needs be, to assist in the rescue mission to get rid of a leader that's trying to become a cheap imitator of Maurice Bishop. When I hear in our parliament, they're trying to legislate people's behavior and telling me as a Garyite how I must behave on October 19th. Whatever differences I have with Dr. Mitchell, that is out the window. When I see on Independence Day, we had 50 independents, and Grenadians all over Grenada were able to jump up and down and celebrate independence. When I see this cheap imitation of Maurice Bishop telling Grenadians that they can't play music, they must come in the stadium and watch him with his sandals, I say, you know what? Let's throw out all the differences I have with anybody and let us look at the country as a whole and join ranks and bring back the democracy. Bring back what America came and fought for in Grenada to give us freedom again. Because not one time have I heard Deacon Mitchell said, the problems that we're having with pension is not a Kit Mitchell problem. He never mentioned to the people that thousands of people, Garyites, died because when Maurice Bishop suspended the Constitution, the pension and the gratuity went along with it. So from 1983 up to the time when they went to the court to restore the pension, Grenadians died. It was not Kit Mitchell that caused them to die, it was Maurice Bishop. So today when you're trying to glorify Maurice Bishop and you want to make Bishop death greater than the death of Jesus Christ, I have to cast away my differences with Kit Mitchell. Because we have Good Friday, we have Easter Sunday, we have Corpus Christi, we have Christmas Day. Did any government ever tell anybody how they must behave on such a day? And I say to the people of Grenada, I see a dictatorship emerging. The very said thing that America came here and fought for, Deacon Mitchell is trying to ram it back down our throat. How could you tell me you want to celebrate Uncle Gary as a hero on the day Maurice Bishop died? Is somebody crazy here? You want to celebrate the day Bishop died and tell me no music on that day, the day we celebrate Kirani James' achievement? So Gov can jump up in Gov on October 19th because Deacon Mitchell have passed laws saying that I must cry or we must pray on that day. Just who is this Deacon Mitchell to try to legislate Grenadian behavior, to try to legislate people's feelings as to what they do on a particular day? And hence the reason why I say this government has done more to divide us than even the PRG in the heyday.
Do you remember, Michael, that the 7th of February, our Independence Day, as fought for by our father of independence, Sir Eric Matthew Gary. Do you realize that during the revolution that was not recognized?
Well, the way it appears now, Deacon Mitchell is doing everything to go back to those days. If you look at what he did with the $50 note,
yeah,
he commingled. What an insult could it be to those of us who championed the cause of the Grenada United Labour Party and the works of the late great Sir Gary? What an insult to us to take Morris Bishop's picture and stick it on a 50th anniversary note. Bishop did everything possible to disrupt our independence.
Yeah.
Are you telling now that Leslie Phillip, the children of Anne Alexander, should cry on October 19th, the day Bishop was killed, when he had over 3,000 people in prison without a charge and without a trial? And I'm asking the Prime Minister, Deacon Mitchell, is that what you call a free Grenada?
It's real. It's 91.9, 91.5, www.therealfmgrenada.com, broadcasting from studios located Main Street, Sauteurs, inside of beautiful historical St. Patrick. As we continue with you, Michael, I'm becoming very emotional the way you seek to lay out your case as it relates to the atrocities that are being committed by our present Prime Minister, and showing in a very unique way that he does not care about Grenada. However, my next question might sum it all up. It goes like this. How do you see our present political climate in Grenada, and where do you see, how do you see it now, and where do you see it going?
Well, again, I'll be brutally frank with you. I believe the official opposition, led by Dr. Mitchell, they seem to be falling asleep on the job at times. They are wasting too much time in internal party politics, and they are not articulating the problems affecting Grenada, Carriacou, Petit Martinique. When you were in Parliament, when they're in Parliament, and you hear that NDC led by Deacon Mitchell imposed a 5% levy on water at a time when the economy is flat, and when you hear that he's imposing a $240 service charge on every home in Grenada and 760 on small business, you should have walked out of Parliament. You should not allow that to happen with you in the building. Go in the gallery. When you hear Sister Gloria flinging up her keys and telling single women, unemployed women, low-income women that they cannot get a house that was given to us by the Chinese, you should walk out of the Parliament. The political climate is as such that the country is hurting, the country is heading in the, I can't say heading in the wrong direction. The country is on pause, it's not going anywhere. And we need a government to give some direction. NNP was not perfect. They're not going to be perfect. But the policies towards ordinary people is much greater and better than what we have seen today. So I say to them, get your act together. Get your act together. Whoever emerges as the leader, rally behind that person and then take the fight to the real enemy. Because people are hurting. And people need to know where they're going. Once that December 15th come and gone, and a winner has been declared, you'll see a change in the country. Because people know exactly who the leaders are, what they're going to do, and where they're going. And I want to say to those that are pouring gasoline in the internal affairs of a political party, I want to say to them, you should stay clear of that. That is an internal matter. And that too shall pass. Because the real enemy is the National Democratic Congress. The real enemy is the pain and suffering that this visionless leader, Deacon Mitchell, is imposing on the people across Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. The real leader is the hopelessness among our young people. The real enemies are those who are standing in the way and bringing about policies that they believe is helping their supporters, and not the real supporters of not the real people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. You know, I was on a program a few days ago with two of my partner, and I made this statement on that program. I said, you know, if any of my utterances here on that program is incorrect, I am inviting you all to flog me in the car park in Grenville.
And what were those utterances?
I said then that the NDC is a heartless government to impose 2 taxes on water, precious commodity, after a hurricane, a disaster. When people have lost their homes, tarpaulin over their homes, the agriculture gone, and the economy stagnant. I said that is a heartless leader, a dictator. And they took me up on it, and they said there were callers that cry and say all sorts of things, but you know, my shoulders are broad and I can take it. I said, I am willing. I will make myself a baby in the car back. You know what? Bright and early Tuesday morning, my partner Junior called now, sir. He wake me up in the morning, but he's in Grenada, I'm in the USA. He said, Michael, I have Nawasa on the line. I say, great. And we start the conversation. And I asked him, I say, what part of the bill, the receipt that I showed you, what part of it is incorrect? And he went along and he gave me a story about people not paying their bills and all of that. I say, well, we're not discussing that. We are not discussing people's behavior. We are talking about the policies and all of that. So today, both Cam Jones and Junior, they jaw locked. They dare not come and tell the Grenadian people that Michael Baptiste was right when he said that NDC is a heartless government to impose that type of taxes on poor people, unemployed people, after a national crisis, after they have lost their agriculture, and after they have received massive millions of dollars in insurance policies, in insurance payouts from CREF, an insurance that was made possible by the previous government. After receiving millions of dollars, instead of coming to the people and saying, I know that you are going to hardship, I'm going to give you an easement. The 5% levy that we put, we're going to take that back. We're going to waive all disconnection fees because during burial, some of the pipes got damaged and you were without water. Nothing like that. So I'm waiting. Junior said to me, boy, I had to break the whip. I get a body whip for you already, and I had to break it. I say, go. I say, take Cameroon too and break it. So there we stand. An inhumane government.
You spoke again. This is about the 3rd time you've mentioned insurance money that the government would have gotten after the passage of Hurricane Beryl. And there's a question that was begging to be asked, and I did not ask it. What are your comments on the fact that at this time, while the Prime Minister said that 5,000 plus farmers were given what they had to be given, which is what the government promised, out of that fund, but when you look at the real numbers, it does not add up to that. Farmers are still struggling to get what they were promised by the government. What do you say to that?
Well, it is another unfulfilled promise that was made by this Prime Minister. And I'm not surprised because the Prime Minister has no respect for the people of Grenada. When asked a question, he thinks it's bigger than life and that citizens have no right to ask him any question at all. Now, the formula that they're using to distribute this scrap fund is flawed. They're using the same formula that NDC used many years ago when they were saying they were charging people for water based on the size of their homes and not the actual usage. They always get things upside down. There are small farmers with 1 and 2 acre plots who had the whole area cultivated and have lost more than some farmers with large holdings.
Mm-hmm.
Because in some cases you may have 10 acres, 9 acres or more. But a small farmer whose 2 acre and 3 acre plot was compacted, you have to take that into consideration. And granted, insurance funds should not be dispersed based on political affiliation. And that is what we are seeing here. The genuine farmers are not getting the assistance. Those farmers who lost, but who they perceive to be not NDC supporters, they're leaving them out.
Yeah. There's a statement that was made by the Prime Minister in a recent interview with Callistra Faria. And that statement goes like this. I'm going to just paraphrase. Some are lucky to be alive. Do you remember that statement?
Well, I was the first one to jump on him on that. And I believe that the Prime Minister is insinuating who should live and who should die. We have a judicial system.
Mm-hmm.
I respect the judicial system. The Prime Minister didn't say some of them should be in jail. The Prime Minister didn't say some of them should be charged. The Prime Minister offered, as usual, no evidence to back up what he was saying. And it is the usual Prime Minister with his irresponsible statements. You would recall some time ago, Prime Minister called a press conference, bust down people to the trade center and the youth center, closed circuit TV to hear a bombshell report about a Polish citizen who he said paid money to a constituency fund, a constituency branch in the south of the island. And the only time he offered any kind of free advice, he never went to the court and saw a poor youth there that he could lend some assistance to. He offered free legal advice. And he's saying to return that money to the consolidated fund. And up to today, the Prime Minister have yet to come back to the Grenadian people and say, well, what is my findings? He jumped up about fate. And again, they call press conference. And it's been 2 years and counting. We haven't had any conclusions on these allegations. I believe the Prime Minister should cease and desist from making those kind of statements. Because as I said then, we are a violent political country. I said we are a violent political country. I said then. I said we line up people against a wall, we slaughtered them.
Mm-hmm.
We gun down people, we kill them for political reasons. And we should not be making that kind of statement. I was the first one to jump on it. And I was disappointed that folks like Tillman Thomas did not lend his voice and condemn that kind of statement. So it is not unusual for this Prime Minister, who is a learned person by way of his legal training, to make those sort of irresponsible statements without able to substantiate it.
Yeah. I know that you're seeing your friend there, Michael. You're seeing your friend there. You're not going to say good morning to your friend. I thought you'd have said good morning to your friend.
The camera wasn't focusing. I saw him a little bit, but that's my Garyite brother there.
I wonder if he's gonna say hello to you. Francis is gonna say hello to Michael.
My dear brother. My dear brother. Good morning. You know, they always dub me and Francis as rum shop politicians, and sometimes they speak about the rum shop in such a way as to cause one to believe that the people in the rum shop are not human beings. But let me say here today, some of the best conversations that you can get from ordinary Grenadians are on the bayside in the fish market and in the rum shop. Because most of these folks are very intelligent and they are up to date on what's going on in the country. So my brother Francis, we cannot give up our visits to this area. I know we have not met in any of these places in recent times, but we must make it a date that we have to find time to go into the shops and discuss matters. And you know, sometimes when I and Francis get into this situation, we don't always agree on everything, you know. And that's what makes the conversation so enlightening. Yeah. Sometimes we take different positions. Not politically, but on some issues in general. Sometimes we don't always see eye to eye on everything. But in terms of the politics, we all hold the view that the best prime minister that ever passed through Grenada was the late great Eric Gary, and we agree wholeheartedly that this present prime minister lacked the vision and the wisdom to get Grenada from out of the calamity that we face today.
All right, there's something I want to bring a smile to your face, and two things. I'm going to give you the first one from Sherma Jeremiah, and she says, "Thank you, Michael, Mr. Baptiste, for making me proud this morning. You made my father smiling. Now he's looking down on you," and that is Vicus Jeremiah. I know that was going to bring a laugh to your face.
Well, you know, Brother Vic and I, friends. The friendship started with my father, and he was a very good individual. I used to spend hours in his home playing draft. As a matter of fact, I'll give you a joke. And brother Vic was playing draft one Saturday, and I had to go to a wedding. The draft got so hot. He's winning. I'm trying to win back. When I look at the time, it was 1 o'clock in the morning. You understand?
Wedding gone.
Well, I say, Vic, you ought to go home with me to explain that. You know? So he jumped in the vehicle and we traveled. We went home and he did the explanation.
Okay, great. Now, I'm going to make a promise to you now, Michael. Our challenge, that is, the next time you are on the soil, we are going to do, you and I, we're going to do a 3-song shootout. Wow. In karaoke. 3-song shootout.
Well, you have to practice your song then, because there are 2,000 songs I just sing. So
no, but yeah, don't worry, I good. We're doing a 3-song shootout at karaoke, and we're gonna do it in Paradise, and you know we're in Paradise.
Oh yes, Well, anytime.
Yeah, when you come back, we.
No, I am heading home very soon, very soon.
Right. When you come back, we'll do it. This is real. This is 91.9, 91.5, www. I know, Francis, good morning to you officially. I know you got some stuff that you want to probably ask Michael Baptiste. However, we have news coming up. Gates, we have news coming up at the top of the hour. It's now about, 5 minutes to? 5 minutes to the hour. So we've got news coming up. I know Michael needs a bit of water, so we can give him the chance to go get some water, get freshened up, and be back here at around 5 minutes after the 10 o'clock hour. That is when news will be finished, Michael, and we'll get ready for what will be, say, the final hour of this, where most of the questioning and most of the stuff will be coming from your good friend, Francis Pierre. This is real. This is 91.9, 91.5, www.realfmgrenada.com, broadcasting from studios located Main Street Stairs inside a beautiful historical St. Patrick. Good morning, Grenada.
My partner Big J does say, I want to fall. Me, I want to fall. I want to stand up for my rights. Everything appears so easy for the new PM in the city. I say this man is a magician with his golden pen in his hand. See me waiting for miracles, but all I get in is basket and bramble with lawyer tactics so he could deceive. Cause he's so gullible and so naive. By the stroke of a pen, massive increase in salaries. They were broke, so no more money worry. By the stroke of a pen, a whole family on the breadline. A special need child, he was only 9. By the stroke of a pen, embezzlement in lotto, you save a man to make lotto. By the stroke of a pen, the boss flies in helicopter to see kayaks wet in rainwater. The pen never drink, the pen never smoke, but somehow that pen catch a stroke. This man can be serious, like he out to papi show us. Running a country is no game. It's not about likes and fame. You promise sun, wind and rain. What on earth you won't promise again? In the same breath you're changing your mind. No paper to be signed. By the stroke of a pen, free money in GDP, but you must be in certain category. By the stroke of a pen, Chinese houses were snatched away. 70,000 they cannot pay. By the stroke of a pen, planting only black pepper, forget coconut, meg and banana. By the stroke of a pen, make me an ambassador to Dubai, China or Russia. What happened to the damn pen? I don't know. Maybe the ink just stopped flow. If you take back on your promises, with your eloquence come say that with ease. People will certainly understand. Don't fret to be a man. The country has never been hot so. Use the pen, let some money go. You said we deserve a lot of money. Was that election gimmickry? By the stroke of a pen, bring me on the plane with you. Foreign minister can't help you. By the stroke of a pen, kayaks running from Berry. You shut down the houses that was cruel. By the stroke of a pen, you promised our healthcare will be the best in the hemisphere. By the stroke of a pen, one infant mortality keep hurting family. The pen never drink, the pen never smoke. Somehow that damn pen catch a stroke. They say today's walk on a boat bridge cost 90,000. I wonder in whose hands that money gone. 200 houses each at 50 grand. That can never be 15 million. I wonder in whose hands the 5 million gone. Supplementary budget, holy bar duplication. Greedy Allah CD, money misappropriation. Take heed, God forbid, please don't get sick. Cause once you're rich in the hospital, not even a Ventic. Alleged corruption in the NLA. Do your investigation and please report to Simon.
From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, boats of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Where you go when you're walking, what you say when you're talking, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour.
This is the latest update of news as produced by Triple N. The details when we return.
Grenville Community Partnership Initiative.
Leicester is the main fishing village in Carriacou, and we have lost a big part of the reef system around Carriacou over the years. The Grenville funding will target relocating by rock structures, and a lot of the reefs that we have lost we can replace. So I think we're really grateful and thankful to Grenville for coming through with that funding for us.
Grenville, energizing our community.
Hello and welcome back. I am your presenter, Kira Gonport. Locally, Health Minister Honorable Philip Telesford and Head of the Men's Bureau at the Ministry of Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs, Mr. Anderson Richardson, both received awards for human services. During a short ceremony at Minister Telesford's office, the men were presented with the awards by founder and president of the Fathers Association of Trinidad and Tobago, Rondell Fells, for their leading roles in transforming the lives of the nation's men and men in the diaspora. In the region in St. Kitts and Nevis, Prime Minister Dr. Terence Dew, also responsible for the Ministry of Health, has officially launched a mental health service system enhancement project in collaboration with the Republic of China, Taiwan, and the International Cooperation and Development Fund. The launch of the mental health enhancement project was held on Wednesday, November 27, 2024, at the St. Kitts Marriott Resort, aiming to strengthen the mental health support support across the Federation. PM Drew noted that this transformative initiative focuses on strengthening mental health care by expanding resources, building capacity for mental health professionals, and improving access of services across St. Kitts and Nevis. During the launch, the Prime Minister lauded the project as it strives to normalize the notation of mental health and wellness in the nation and also help in get rid of the stigma related to the mental health disorders. Internationally, protesters erupt after Georgia halts EU application.
Police clashed with pro-European Union protesters in the Georgian capital Tbilisi early on Friday. Demonstrations broke out overnight after the country's ruling party said Thursday it would suspend talks on joining the EU until 2028.
Of course we're upset. We're so angry. It's literally beyond embarrassing. What this government is doing to us, it's literally like, this is really...
Police ordered protesters to disperse, fired water cannons, and deployed pepper spray and tear gas as masked young people tried to smash their way into the parliament. Some protesters tossed fireworks at police while shouting Russians and slaves. Local media reported that protests erupted in several provincial cities as well. The country's figurehead president accused the government of declaring war on its own people. He asked riot police whether they serve Georgia or neighboring Russia. Georgia has long been among the most pro-Western of the former Soviet states. Opinion polls show that around 80% of citizens support EU membership, and the aim of EU accession is written into the country's constitution. The bloc's flag flies alongside the national flag outside virtually all government buildings. However, Georgia's relations with the EU have deteriorated sharply in recent months, with Brussels alleging that the Georgian Dream governing bloc had adopted pro-Russian stands and pushed through bills that critics have called authoritarian, including curbs on LGBT rights and so-called foreign agents. Those moves led the EU to suspend Georgia's application for membership. Georgia Dream denies that it is pro-Russian and says it is committed to democracy and integration with the West. The party says it still wants to join the EU eventually, though it has, in recent years, deepened ties with Russia.
And in sports, the Caribbean Association of National Olympic Committees, CANOC, has announced a significant step forward in athlete advocacy with the establishment of the dedicated CANOC Athletes Commission. Leading this initiative are three distinguished former athletes, Guyana's Elena Pompey, Dominica's Brenda Williams, and Grenada's Hazelyn Regis. The trio, each an accomplished advocate and a leader in their own right, will spearhead the commission development as announced by CANOC President Keith Joseph. This ends the latest update of news as produced by Triple N. Thank you for joining us.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour.
The first word when you speak about furniture is classic. Yes, at Classic Furniture, they design and make the best in local furniture. All their products are made from the finest local wood available on island. You think it, they design it, and make it to your expectations. The highest standards at the best possible price, and they also provide higher purchase for you, their valued customers. Located on Ben Jones Street in Grenville, with their factory at Chantemelle in St. Patrick. That's where you need to visit when looking for products made of the finest local wood. They deliver and install items at no extra cost. Your satisfaction is their mission. The extra step is taken to ensure their customers are completely satisfied. They do doors and finished kitchens, supplies mattresses, and restores antique pieces to look like the first day they were made. Hey, give us a call on 442-4645 and 442-9726. Classic Furniture, Grenada's homegrown furniture producers.
It is said, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Therefore, the authenticity of the beverage can only be acquired in the taste. A taste which is original to Antoine de Beauregard Industries and comes from a combination of spices and local rum, which can hold its own all over the world. Woodman, a strength which speaks for itself. A taste which stands out from the rest, bottled with care, which speaks to perfection. Try Woodman today and be stunned by a flavor as never before. Let your palate savor that which is produced locally. Do not be deterred by substandard products. Our taste speaks volumes and sets us apart from the competition. You will be satisfied with every sip of our product. Say rum, say Woodman, feel satisfaction. Now that's quality.
Hello and welcome to your daily dental health tip.
Most people would love to have a winning smile, but it costs to do so. It takes some effort on your part. Practice good oral hygiene by brushing after meals with a soft or medium toothbrush. Floss daily. Visit your dentist at least twice a year. Avoid sweet, sugary snacks. Eat healthy foods. Then you can say cheese with ease.
This has been your daily dental health tip. Your daily dental health tip is produced by the Health Promotion and Communication Department, Ministry of Health, and sponsored by Pan American Health Organization.
I'm back and I got all the chicken for the barbecue.
Excellent Farms chicken? Look how fresh and clean.
Yes, Hunt checked the label. No steroids, hormones or preservatives. And it's 100% local.
What? No chemicals? So you mean Excellent Farms chicken is safe, nutritious and natural with farm-to-table freshness?
Exactly. Finally, we could enjoy quality poultry. And you should see how state-of-the-art and sanitized the farm is. Plus, it's environmentally friendly.
You serious? And like they have everything from whole chicken to liver, gizzard, feet and more?
Correct. Now you hurry and start the seasoning up.
Excellent Farms, my safe and healthy choice. For wholesale and retail inquiries, call 444-3303.
Wait, I cooking all this chicken?
And you got it. A quicker way to pay your bills online. It's fast, secure, and easy to use. No registration, no additional fees. Flow is now offering FastPay, an online service that allows you to settle your bills in less than 2 minutes. Need a receipt? FastPay will send it to your email immediately. Use FastPay now for convenience, safety, and efficiency at discoverflow.co/fastpay. Flow is keeping you connected.
When the storms come, be ready with Grenville Cooperative Credit Union. Borrow up to $20,000 and protect your home this hurricane season. We're offering special loan financing to our members covering essential storm-related needs. These include roof repairs, drainage, retaining walls, property insurance, tools and tanks, first aid supplies, hurricane emergency supplies, generators, solar equipment, and a whole lot more. With easy repayment and flexible terms, Grenville Cooperative Credit Union is here to help you weather any storm. Secure your future today and visit Grenville Cooperative Credit Union and borrow with confidence.
One hit at a time. The best music on the best radio. Real FM.
Good morning again, friends. I'm here with you.
I thought you want me to give you the
No, it's not that, I was just thinking about a time that I almost got suspended, when I was working in GBN. On the morning that Prime Minister George Chambers passed away. Pierre, remember that? When George Chambers passed away. So I was called. So a friend of mine's called me. I think it was Alvin Clouden. He called and he said, "Oh, Jay, Prime Minister Chambers passed away." I was working. I was first shift. So I'm quickly thinking, what is the song that I could play in his recognition? I went into the music library, and that time, you had to go through records. I'm flipping through the record. Bang! The song Chambers, Don't See. Now, I did not remember what the song was saying, Francis. So I take the song and I run back in the studio, slap it down on the turntable, cue it up, bang! Chambers don't see what's happening in the country. And basically, the song was not an appropriate song for that particular occasion. I got suspended. Troy Garvey suspended me for that.
Troy Garvey?
Yeah, Troy Garvey. The same person.
How long was this?
A couple of days, not very long.
I think he was correct.
No, he was correct.
He was disrespectful.
Yeah.
Not an appropriate song.
Yeah, it wasn't an appropriate song at all.
They always say you don't speak ill of the dead.
Yeah.
And, when somebody just passed away, it is already traumatizing.
Yeah, I made an error there. I really made an error. But Troy got his suspension too. One time when he played Captain, the ship is sinking.
The ship is sinking.
Yeah, he got suspension.
And you all were not regular churchgoers.
I don't know.
Yeah, I was speaking to a group of young individuals the last time. The level of objectionable language, took me by storm. So I had to go and speak to them. And one of the things I said to them, I challenged them, I dared them to do a research and see in the communities all the males and females that go to church on a regular basis, if they are using obscene language as you are, if they are drinking rum excessively, if they're involved in dumb, stupid crimes, like going and cuss police and do all kind of things. And they had them thinking. I said, watch around and look in the communities and see if those who go to church regularly, I'm not talking about those who lead the church and behaving like when cattle break pole. Those who go. And I say, observe the girls and notice none of them are not marking their bodies. And when they dress, they don't forgetting half the clothes home. My brother Michael.
Michael is there.
My dear brother, how are you? Great, man. I had a discussion with Joshua recently. We were in the Galaxy and we were talking about agriculture, and we were encouraging the rum shop to put a bouquet of flowers in the rum shop. and we was encouraging them to get a kettle. A kettle is not expensive, maybe $100. So we could get a cup of cocoa sometime. Because some of these individuals who feel they high and mighty and have a briefcase, a certificate, they don't want to come in the rum shop, but they want to go to the hotel lounge and drink alcohol.
Just to remind folks, we are accepting landline calls only. No WhatsApp, just for today.
So it's good to have you, brother. And the 50 years after independence, I was taken aback. I was disappointed. And I was very angry with the language and utterances and the demeaning expression that come from Deacon Mitchell and the top leadership of NDC, like classless and commoners and beggy, and the readiness to call you dumb and stupid. And being an old Garyite, and knowing what was the expressions before, I really had to get you comment on it. I really wanted your reaction to this type of language that is becoming so common among the top leadership, the echelons, the czars in NDC.
What I would say is that their language is consistent with their policies towards ordinary people. If you look at from 2022 when the NDC came into power, you could hardly identify programs that was implemented to help the people on the bottom of the economic ladder, not the farmers, not the vendors. So to me, the Prime Minister is one of those people that got rich and switch. He no longer see himself as a humble person. When you listen to his utterances, he talk down to people. He have no respect for the Grenadian people. And at times he think he's doing us a favor. Just look at how he's behaving. He refusing to live in the house assigned for prime ministers. And therefore he's renting an apartment in a house that from published report is over 20,000 a month. He's traveling first class on a regular basis with a huge entourage at a time when people can't eat, when people are still struggling with tarpaulin over their homes, not knowing where and some not knowing where the next meal coming from. But yet you have a man trying to live as a celebrity and at the expense of the Grenadian people. So his languages, I'm not really surprised. But one thing is certain, and we must encourage one and all to ensure that your name is on the voters list. You are registered to vote, because I don't think the country could afford another 5 years of Deacon Mitchell. When you look at how he's trying to violate the constitutional right of everybody. I mean, I listened to Dennis Cornwall yesterday, and I was shocked to hear Dennis Cornwall saying to the Grenadian people when they should jump, when they should pray, when they should sing. I'm wondering if anyone could tell Dennis Cornwall when he should drink a Rivers. I'm wondering.
Perhaps only partner here, me. My brother, the Prime Minister seems to have very little respect for foreign affairs. He went in Nigeria without informing foreign affairs. He was chastised by the governor. He said, you come in secretly. That is a whole break in protocol, in respect for countries. It appears that the Prime Minister did not even inform his own Foreign Affairs Ministry yet.
Well, I believe, I think the person who's mostly offended by that is my dear friend, Andal. I think the Prime Minister is undermining him or rendering his ministry useless. I mean, when the Prime Minister is saying that, in all due respect to the Board of Tourism and all of this people, whether it was Jennifer Hostin, whether it was Kirani James, Alan Francis, all the Olympians who made us proud, whether it was the United States intervention in Grenada. Prime Minister is saying that nobody heard, not even withstanding the two police commissioners we had here in Grenada from Nigeria. Prime Minister is saying that it's he and he alone. So if that's the case, I think he should relieve Andal from the role of Foreign Affairs and take over the portfolio of Foreign Affairs. He's out the Prime Minister have never spent 2 weeks in the country. So I think it's only fitting if he acquired the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs. What about the minister responsible for the diaspora? I mean, the ambassador responsible for the diaspora. Does he ever get a chance to travel?
Was that Terry?
Yeah.
Yes, I think sometime he just tried to raise funds and he's running a program for the NDC.
Well,
and as an ambassador to the diaspora, that's high corruption.
Well, I think this position should be declared useless. I haven't heard of Terry traveling around. I think the Prime Minister is acting both as Foreign Minister and Ambassador to the diaspora. Prime Minister is always out of the country, and Terry is never on that trip with him, nor Andal. So maybe in the next chapter, he may take the position of foreign affairs.
Well, Michael, that is a lot of dissing of, as the young people say, dissing, disrespect to the St. Patrick's people. To have a representative you have practically emasculated, render sterile, you know, make fun of him, you know, palpating on his chest and on his neck. They practically make the minister in St. Patrick's looking stupid in his community.
Yes, indeed. When was the last time you heard anything significant from the Minister of Foreign Affairs?
The last time I heard he choked, he couldn't finish the statement.
Agreement.
The last time I heard about him, he choked on the stage. He was with Forrester himself. Forrester had to bring a bottle of water for him to get choked.
I think there are several people within the organization or the administration that's not very happy with the behavior of the PM. But of course, you know, it's all about eating a food. I mean, their salary is protected, and recognizing that they may not be able to break the one-time cost, so they are enjoying all the benefits that they can at the moment.
Michael, you spent a lot of years in the United States of America, good old America, and now the secrecy, the level of secrecy that surrounds the Prime Minister and his A-team or his first cabinet. Are you concerned?
Well, the Prime Minister did say that information would be dispersed based on the right, your right to know, or what he thinks is the right to know. You see, the journalists themselves too have to keep pushing and keep asking the question. I mean, sometimes I look at the press conference and I see Linda Streaker and she asks questions and they ignore her completely. You see a strong media. That's the fourth estate. It's important to keep the politicians in check. And some of the media houses, some of them don't keep any records of events where they could make reference. Sometimes the Prime Minister say one thing now and then a few months later say something different. No one hold him to the promises. Said he would install 2 windmills in Grenville and he would stop the flooding. I'm sure you see what's taking place there now. I have offered to install the windmills free. I don't know when they're coming. The Prime Minister said too that he would use Greenleck truck to pick mangoes, and he would.
That one was kind of crazy, Michael, as a farmer.
Well,
it was embarrassing too.
He said too that farmers would be given loans to buy trucks with solar panels to go around the country selling the stuff. But it appears to me as if the only people who are getting loans are the government ministers. So, you see, those are issues that you and I keep ventilating, but someone in the media need to ask the Prime Minister, how many farmers received that loan to buy the trucks with the solar panel to go around the country selling fruits and vegetables? You see, those are legitimate questions that we need to answer. What about the Greenleck trucks picking golden apple? I mean, now that he's Minister of Works and Minister responsible for Greenleck, that should be very easy to do. So far, how many Greenleck trucks assisted the farmers? What about the seaweed? He said he would stop the seaweed from coming ashore and that we would find, we would process it and find and make third use of it, whether it's fertilizer or animal feed. We haven't heard anything from him yet. So there are times when you have to keep reminding him. You know, he's he continued making more promises. He came in when he was out, he made his promises. Then he came in, he said, dissolving the marketing board. He will come up with one in 6 months. 6 months have passed. Nobody said nothing. Come back with a new promise again. He said, he started to rise the hospitals. He didn't say how. He didn't say what arrangements would be made for, again, the vulnerable people with chronic disease. He made no mention about it all. So all we heard yesterday is the Minister of Health saying that and admitting that the hospitals are in worse condition than they met it. And he's saying the opposition would be happy to hear that. But we're hearing that nothing was done at the hospital. What the government is doing now, they're bypassing the problem as usual. Whenever there's a problem that he can't handle, he bypass it. Couldn't handle the problem marketing board, you dissolve it. Can't handle the problem in the hospital, so what you do, you build a new hospital and you start to rise it. So you take away the responsibility from the politicians and you put it in the hands of who knows. If the politician could not handle the hospitals, you are now saying that you would put it in the hands of private people. Who are the private people? Is it going to run like Lotto? Is it going to run like Nawasa? Is it going to run like Gravel and Concrete? I mean, you know, we have a lot of issues to ventilate. And as I said earlier, I think the opposition have to lead, the official opposition have to be more aggressive in leading the way.
You're kind of sleeping.
Yes, if you're talking statutorization, that is a big issue.
Yeah.
What will happen to the unemployed? What provisions will you make for them? What happened to the medical stations? So when a poor woman gets sick, or anybody for that matter, how do they gain admissions to the hospital? Are we going to see more people dying at home? Are we going to turn them away when they get to the hospitals? When you start to rise it, I mean, those are serious questions that have to be asked. Because as it is now, we have very poor health care. But at least in case of accident, child gets sick at night, you take a chance and you go there. Come January 1, we become statutorized. What is the operating conditions? What are the terms and conditions under which we go into that statutory body? So those are questions that need answers. And I believe the opposition should start zeroing on some of these issues. There are issues affecting people's lives, and we must know.
I have to agree with you on that. The questions on health issues too fundamental and too important for the opposition not to be asking and finding out and showing people the ramification of we just saying still on that. They're basically too quiet on that issue.
Well, even if you look at the act, or the law, if you start to rise, then you have to declare everybody, every worker in the hospital who are permanent, you have to treat them as if they retired. Yeah. So what will happen with the doctors who are permanent? Would they opt to remain, or would they take all the retirement? Would they take all the retirement and leave? What, and the nurses, would they say, look, I'm going to take my retirement, you're going to pay me as if I reach the age, and then I move on to greener pastures? Would there be a vacuum? Would there be a shortages of skilled personnel at the hospitals? I mean, those are issues. What are the union's concerns? I mean, statutorization of the hospital have a lot of fronts, and we've yet to hear how that's going to play out. So I believe too, we must not just look at the government. We must say to the opposition, you have to up your game a little. There's too many issues that you're left that you're leaving by the wayside. So many important issues affecting people.
Yes, and you have a lot of, what I notice sometimes is too much people in politics shutting them out. They're not putting up themselves. So I've never known you to back down. Kit Mitchell also doesn't back down. But there are too much people who enter politics and they're taking a ride on the party and you don't know what their position is, Michael.
Well, I came from organization and the leader always thought about confrontational politics. Confrontational politics simply means that you attack the issues aggressively, and you put it on the front burner. You enlighten the public as much as you can, so that when you're finished with your delivery, everyone would understand fully what's the situation we face. As it stands now, I think a lot of work has been done on Facebook, but a lot of people, ordinary people, do not use Facebook as a platform for information. So I think those pocket meetings are good, but I think we need to see more people on the ground, because sometimes it's impossible. The NDC have already surrendered the ground. As you would know, you can go on the ground and looking for someone to discuss politics. You just want to talk politics. And it's difficult to find an NDC person that can put up a sensible discussion to defend the policies of the government and to say why this government should remain in office. I mean, sometimes that's impossible, as you would know. Because we engage people on the ground all the time, and there's a shortage of people on the ground selling the NDC policy. So the opposition must seize this opportunity and start disseminating the information on the ground. Don't leave it up to the people. We have to be more aggressive.
Yeah. Michael, the corruption. In 1973, I believe the regulation of the laws of the GDB Bank was enshrined that individuals who are directors and ministers must not get loan from the bank. 1973 and Uncle Gary. All they call it corrupt. Efforts have been made to close the door to corruption. This government of Dick Mitchell seems to mash up the door.
Well, I serve in a government, and what we were told then is that we should try to go in and get as concessionary loans as much as you possibly can. If you could bring one or two people with you could get the commercial bank, not GDB. Not GDB. You should avoid doing any business with GDB because one, the cabinet is the one that appoints the directors of GDB, including the manager. So therefore, any interaction within the GDB and government ministers must be seen as conflict of interest. So it was an established fact that no government minister could have gone to GDB for a loan. That GDB was left to farmers. There was a micro enterprise project where people wishing to do small projects, they were granted soft loans through the GDB. But nowhere did I know of any government minister even venturing or even thinking about getting a loan from the GDB. You know, when the Prime Minister said that Andy Williams is a Grenadian and he's entitled to all the benefits that are available to Grenadian, I mean, that in itself, it was a blanket statement endorsing conflict of interest. I mean, there are some companies that do run some special, whether it's raffles or promotions, and you will hear them saying employees and their families are exempted from participating. But here you have the Prime Minister is telling you that it is okay. It is okay for a minister to have an interest in companies selling passports. So the bar have been lowered a lot, and it is often referenced to, well, they can't talk about it because they were doing it too. You understand? So it's not a question of transformation or doing what is right, but what is right is pegged against what was done in the past, and I think that in itself is terrible.
Michael, we have to take a lot of blame. You know, how did we produce these children? How did Grenadians produce vultures and poor people, terrorists like Dick and the group? What went wrong?
Well,
something had to go wrong somewhere.
Well, let me look at it this way. If you notice, members of the NJM, a lot of them are children of labor, you know. A lot of them grew up in GLP homes, got education through the GLP, and then because some of them excel academically, they felt that the GLP was not a proper home, not a political home for them. So they went elsewhere. And if you notice over the years, children of labor shy away from coming back to the GLP and continuing with the philosophy and the ideology on which the party was formed. So that in itself caused a great demise, because they look elsewhere. They thought that that party, which represented the poor and the vulnerable, is not an appropriate place for them. So they're seeking status, as we are seeing now. When you have a prime minister who said he came from humble beginning, and when you look at the policies, his policies and his attitude towards poor people, you have to wonder. So it's not surprising that some of them are behaving in that manner.
Perhaps we didn't teach our children to be thankful and grateful, and we did not tell them our history, Michael. So these children grow up, and now that they have acquired certificate, they forget that we used to have coal pot and fireside and what benefit.
Well, I would agree with you on that, because Grenadian history was taught based on who we like. The presenter presented the history based on who he supported or who he liked. A lot of events that took place, important events, some people never heard of it. And here's the reason why today, when we are talking about heroes, we confuse ourselves and we confuse others by who we are identifying with as heroes. If you go back to the struggle of 1951, when Sir Eric Gary came and took on the plantocrats and then the British, there's not much of that was documented. Not much of that was taught in our schools. You talk about heroes, where you put Agatha Fraser and Newton and all these people who died in Lawton Junction fighting the British regiment. Are they heroes? The 1951 uprising was not only about Uncle Gary, you know. There was a lot of people who made contribution to that, and they died in the process. Do we know how people lived? Do we go back to pre-51 find out how people live, the wages of people then, the attitude of Grenadians towards each other, the plantocrats and the aristocrats. Do some people understand that how far we come where we can walk into a bank today and see black people working in the bank in our own country? Have we ever sought to teach our people that it was not always like that? There were times when black Grenadians could not walk in the bank. There were times when certain people could not go certain where. There were times when you had to call the children of your employer Mr. and Miss, even though you were their mother and their grandmother. Yeah? So you see, we make it appear as if we are where we are by accident. And we deny the history because we are concerned that if the history is told in its truthful and in its entirety, people will change their political affiliation. So we sugarcoat the history, we take it from the heart. And hence the reason why today we recognize Maurice Bishop as this great hero, because no one will stop to tell the workers that it was Maurice Bishop that created that problem with the pension and gratuity. No one will tell them that as Maurice Bishop's actions caused thousands of people to die in poverty without a pension. No one will tell them that it was Maurice Bishop who took away the Provident Fund from the road workers, the estate workers, took it and lied about the amount of money that was found in the Provident Fund, put it in NIS, and bypassed the original members of the Provident Fund. A lot of them died and have never received their monies. When you listen to them today, they will tell you Maurice Bishop started NIS. They will never tell you that is the resources from the Provident Fund, which Uncle started in '69, that Bishop took, abolished the Provident Fund, and started the NIS. How many people, some of them still surviving today, how many of them are receiving any pension as a result of the Provident Fund? I ain't talking about seed money. I'm talking about genuine pension and gratuity they should have gotten because of their contribution to the Provident Fund. And the Provident Fund is a genuine fund. Okay? The only thing it is not a constitutional provision like the pension and gratuity of 1958. So no one seriously gone to court and challenge it.
All right, Michael, I think we have a call here. Let's see if you can hear that person. We're not too sure if you'll be able to hear them, but let's try and see. Good morning, caller.
Morning, Andre.
All right, let me make sure that Michael, are you hearing?
I'm hearing it loud. I'm hearing it loud and clear.
Great. Caller, go ahead, please.
All right, Andre, I just want to emphasize on something. We talk about the hospital and the, put it in a private hands or whatever. Okay, or building. Correct me or stop me when I'm wrong, please. No, I don't think you having a new building, okay, that will save the life of an individual. It's based on the services you provide. Don't you think so? Yeah?
Well, who do you want to reply to you here?
Of course.
All right, so let Michael reply to you.
Yeah, 1 minute. But it's the services they provide. Now, when you say if you're going to put it in a private hands or statutory body or whatever it's been called, my take on that is like our citizens are will be able to pay the extra or more of the services that will be the finance will be required then, because as for now, people are even struggling to pay the current bill. How are they going to provide, and you're going to provide to pay when you put it in the private hands? For sure, the bills is going to be rising. Okay?
Yeah.
It's going to be rising. And on top of it, are we seeing anything like job creation? Yeah? Are you creating jobs? Because our economy or the economic fact of our country It's very like you're spending a lot more money. All these things come to questions. Yeah. So before you go forward, are we currently solving our current problem, or you are further going into a bigger problem?
All right, let Michael comment on that. Michael?
Well, my dear brother, I think the second part, you have answered it appropriately when you said we have not expanded the economy. We can't pay for the services right now. How are we going to pay for it? As it stands now, and I do have a friend presently at the hospital, and they have to do some scan. And they have to find the money outside to go and pay before they could get it done, even in a life and death situation. And as you said, a new building will not solve the problem. We have to look at our primary health care facilities. We have to look at the services. And you know, in the typical Deacon Mitchell fashion, when he can't handle something, he jump around it. The same way he did with the marketing board. He came in, there was a problem in the marketing board. What he do? He shut it down. You heard the Minister of Health yesterday. The Minister of Health said the opposition would be jovial because from 2022, 2.5 years they came in, and the Minister of Health, Mr. Telesford, is telling you that the healthcare system have gotten worse, that they have not done anything at all to improve on healthcare. Yet, the government is telling you about building a hospital. So, my brother, you had it right. Building a new hospital is not going to solve the problem. And we have been saying so for the longest time.
Question here, Michael. Question here. Let's take it back to the time when you were with Sir Eric Matthew Gary. If someone had made a statement like that in his administration, can you tell me what would happen?
Well, obviously, they don't need to make that statement because Sir Eric Gary was about action and progress.
Yes.
And more or less, Sir Eric Gary was not a frequent flyer where things are happening on the ground. Babies are dying in the hospital. People are going in the hospital having to find monies to buy the medication. That would never happen under, whether it is Dr. Mitchell or Uncle Gary, that wouldn't happen because they'll be on top of things. The minister would be able to find them. The authorities would be able to find them.
Michael Baptiste, answer my question, please.
Well, that person will probably be relieved of his responsibility because to me, it is a demoralizing statement.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You're making
and you know, the Minister of Health himself, and like everything else, all of us do get sick. The Minister of himself was out of the country getting medical treatment.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes, that's true.
I mean, and here he is telling us that the facilities that is under his care
gotten worse.
Haven't gotten worse. And yet there's no solutions. But you hear the Prime Minister telling you that, look, I know you get worse. So I'm taking it out of my hand. I'm running from it like I run from marketing board. And I'm giving it to somebody else. So who are the somebody else? And you have to ask the question, earlier we raised it. Is it going to run like Nawasa? Would it be run like Grenville and Concrete? Would the hospital run like Lotto? Where you have friends or Grenville and Concrete? So
here is this question, Michael. Is it true to assume that, or to speculate that the Ministry of Finance was getting worse with the Prime Minister there, hence the reason why he moved himself and put, what's his name, Dennis Cornwall in there? Is that true? Do you think we should be speculating on that?
Look, the Prime Minister did a very good job selling himself. If you notice, leading up to the campaign, he was doing all the talking.
Mm-hmm.
He used the position as a lawyer to talk his way into victory. Now, you listen to the government. The Prime Minister is the only one talking about policies, whether it is agriculture, whether it is foreign affairs, whether it is health, he talks about it. It is the first time that anyone else say anything significant about any part of government, any ministry of government. And he told the truth. He told the Grenadian people that, look, the health care is worse than it was. I mean, oh God, when I heard that, I froze, because if it's worse than it was, and my daughter died there, and I know it was bad, I mean, could you imagine what it is now? But what I was told, you have to go out and buy the medication. You have to bring it back and give it to the nurse, and then they would dispense it to you. You need X-ray, scan. You have to have somebody to go and pay for it and bring the receipt to the hospital, and then they will do it, no matter what condition you're in. If you can't afford that, you stay there and you die. And those are facts. That's happening right now. But we're hearing talk now about statutarization. So earlier we said the opposition have to keep pounding and pounding and pounding and singing like a song. Make it your road march. What will happen to the thousands of people that just can't afford? Would it be more? Scan, blood tests, X-rays. What would be the situation? This is a frightening thought, you know. Knowing that our healthcare system has sunk to an all-time low, and instead of the government taking control of it, the government is passing the ball, talking about hand it to somebody and charge the public. And therefore, we would not be responsible. Somebody else would be responsible. It is not a good situation for us as Grenadians at this point in time. So, caller, you most of the question that you had asked, you had the answer, because we cannot afford, and what would happen to the people. And you said building a hospital is not the answer. You could get first-class medical treatment on that tent. You could set up a tent, and if you have the right equipment and you have the right personnel, the infrastructure don't matter. So we have to go back to the drawing board. But before we could do all of that, I think we have to mobilize. We have to understand the situation that we're in, and we have to do all that we can to ensure that this government is out of power. We have to ensure that Grenadians cannot afford another 5 years of this government. I mean, this Prime Minister knows absolutely nothing about governance. This Prime Minister is behaving as a celebrity. What we need at this time is someone who have vision, someone who have the understanding about who we are as a people, what we need, and the ability and the caringness to resolve it. He does not have that. He don't have a bone in that. This guy don't care about nobody. This guy is only care about himself and being a celebrity at the expense of Grenadian people. As we said earlier, just look at how much he's costing Grenadians. He doesn't want to live in government now because he doesn't want to look down on River Road. Yeah? I mean, and you tell me from Munich, when he used to come in, when he used to come in like as a toddler, where we used to look, where he used to be. But you see, again, that you call forgetting where you come from. So we got work to do, and a lot of work to do. And it is time that folks stop petty bickering and pacifying their ego, recognize the challenges ahead, get together, and solve this problem once and for all.
442-0175. That's the number you can dial, folks. We will not be able to deal with WhatsApp calls today because it's internet versus internet, which will give too much of a long delay to Michael in relation for him to hear. But if you call us straight, 442-0175, on the landline, we will be able to accept your call, and Michael will be able to hear you very clearly. There have been some comments. And one of the comments, Michael, it seems that based on your statements this morning, you are energizing the NNP people. They're feeling all excited and they're bawling, "Let's go NNP." So I don't know how you did that, Michael, but you seem to be energizing them. But here's a big. Go ahead.
Well, the NNP people should be energized. They should go out there and register to vote. They should understand what the issues are, disseminate the issues to the people. For one, it's simple. They're trying to privatize the hospital. Don't use statutorization. They're trying to privatize the hospital. The Minister of Health said yesterday that the hospital is worse than it was when he came in, than when they met it. You have to understand that. You have to understand that government has introduced 2 tax on water. You have to try and pray that your water don't cut off. So that, because if you cut off for $100, you have to find the $100. You have to find $240 for NDC government, Deacon Mitchell, plus the reconnection fee. So you have to understand the dangers that you're in. And if all that is not enough to energize you, I don't know what will. Then you have to look at the housing situation. The Chinese gave us some housing for low-income earners, single women, low-income earners, young people. The NDC government under Deacon Mitchell has taken a decision that these houses are too good for you. Under the previous government, you got the houses based on your income, not your status. Now the NDC has taken a position, they're giving you houses based on your status. You can't live on the street. You can't live on the Paradise Bridge anymore because of global warming. Sometimes the river coming down unknown to you. No longer can you live there. You can't live in the street. But this guy don't really care about nothing. All this guy is caring about is trying to be a cheap imitation of Maurice Bishop, going around behaving like a celebrity at the expense of the Canadian people. And you should be prepared to go out here and pass on all this information. Tell the NDC people who voted for them, when you get sick, when the hospital become privatized, what will happen to you? When your head hurts you at night, when your child have a cold and the child can't breathe, are you going to stay home and die? You don't see what Deacon Mitchell and NDC trying to do to you? Forget about personal differences and look at the situation that we face. It's not a very good one. There's danger facing you, the people. This heartless NDC regime is causing great pains to the people of Grenada. Look at the policies. Don't say I say, look at the policies. All around. After COVID, there was monies there. There was monies there to help people who are affected by COVID. They came in here, they mama guy young people again. And they tell you, go out and register a business. Come forward and tell the people how many of you got assistance. The monies went to the supporters who really didn't, who didn't need it, and some of them was not even affected by that. It went to the supporters, giving the supporters money to start up fresh businesses. The World Bank has given $10 million to the government for assistance with livestock. Look at how you're struggling here. How much of this money is reached the ordinary people, the farmer? You're not hearing that. Instead, you see a guy jumping around on helicopter flying over you, watching your home with a tarpaulin over it, watching all your agriculture, your livelihood on the ground. Could you take another 5 years of that?
Let's take a call here, Michael. Good morning, caller. How are you doing?
Good morning.
Speak up, please. Speak up, please.
Yes, yes. Good morning to everybody
Yeah.
at the radio station. Good morning to Michael Baptiste, who has done an excellent job in exposing the ills of the National Democratic Congress. One of the topics that he spoke about was the housing and the fact that persons who can't afford the housing had to go to the bank No, I had the opportunity of seeing the apartment, the 2-bedroom apartment, and I'm saying I can safely say that going to the bank and saying paying $73,000 for the apartment is a scam. Who's getting that money? The bedrooms are pretty okay. Well, not pretty okay. They could pass, but you barely could make a kitchen or a living room out of the space that they give you for it. No, I'm saying that it's a low-income housing. It was built. I think I stand corrected. Free by the Chinese, which probably would have the apartment. Probably if government didn't send it to the bank, probably would have cost maybe about 40,000 for the apartment.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, that's reasonable.
Maybe you're wrong there. Could be.
Right. No, you add on an extra $30,000 or $40,000 to that apartment, which is not even worth that. And you say that you added cupboards and so to the bedrooms or to the apartment. No, this is a scam. Somebody is making money out of this.
A scam.
I don't. No, it has to be not a well.
It's a scam, correct?
Yeah, it's a scam.
It's extortion.
Robbery.
It's extortion. You can't do people that. If you don't have a good job, you cannot pay for an apartment that's not even worth $73,000. It's and I don't know why we're not seeing scam. Everything that this government do is to put money in somebody's pocket, not the pocket of the man on the ground. Who is collecting this extra 40? You have somebody building homes for you free, low income housing. So you wouldn't get like the luxurious apartment, but it's for persons who really cannot afford to go to the bank. So now you have the persons who could go to the bank being scammed or being extorted, and then you have those who cannot go to the bank not getting anything because they cannot afford to go. We can get a $73,000 loan when probably you might have been able to pay based on the salary. You could have paid $2-3 based on the salary. You pay $150. The government take it out based on where you're working. You do a salary deduction. Better you would have done that, a salary deduction. If you think, well, people get in the apartments and they're not paying for it, do a salary deduction. Then you have people going and pay $73,000 how much the 3 bedrooms is more, and not sure how much is the 1 bedroom. That a $30,000 or $40,000 apartment going to cost $73,000.
No, you make a mistake. It's not going to cost $73,000. It's going to cost more than that. You have to pay bank charges and all these other things.
Insurance and all these
everything.
Yes, because at the end of the day, banks don't really, give loans for apartments.
No. That's another thing.
So then you're going to get insured, and you have to pay insurance and all this kind of thing, and them to buy them. And when you what you could have paid $73,000 for.
Knock on wood, if you have a fire in there, you know what? I can, if I have an apartment like that, and I have a fire in my quarters, and it affects Francis in his quarters, what really happening there?
I don't know.
That is chaos, eh? Yeah. That is, God help us with that one.
Thank you.
Yes, you know what I mean. And then another thing, the farmers, you're out of time.
Go ahead. Just you have 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Right. The farmers still waiting on that money. People would have applied months, and then you hear enough people getting, and these people and that people getting, and when you look at the background and the status, they would get. But what about who and the other people that would have applied? When are they going to get that money till after?
Jonas Food.
Or are they going to allow people
NBC family
forget?
first.
Exactly. That is the point.
I need to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
I have heard that there's somebody in your there's a family in your vicinity where both the male and the female got monies for one plot of land. Have you heard that?
Yes, I've heard that.
You've heard that. Do you know if that is true? Because we're not calling names, so you could say yes, it's true.
No, based on certain information, it's possible that it's true, but I can't confirm.
You can't confirm it, but you have heard that.
That's a general thing, you know.
Okay.
And they try to justify it by saying that they probably sharing the same plot of land, but they have different. They didn't have no justification
one
for that.
planting tomatoes, one planting pepper.
Right. So then both, yes, because they're doing separate
practices on the same
and then
plot.
you have people who really got damaged during the you know, who have they really need the assistance not getting it.
All right. Thank you. Anyway, thank you so much for calling. Yeah, we really appreciate it. It's really 91.9 FM. Michael, you heard that, right?
Yes. Nothing to add there.
Nothing to add. 4420175, friends. You'd have to link us on the landline. We're not able to accommodate the WhatsApp calls this morning, so you can link us on the landline. Let me say good morning to all the folks inside of New York City.
Right.
Jenny, good morning to you. Graceling, good morning to you. And Denise, good morning. I know you three must be listening at this time. Top of the morning to you guys, and here's hoping that you have a wonderful day. And thank you so very much for joining us on this program. Francis?
Michael, what do you make of the government putting garbage on the playing fields in Carriacou? Uncle Gary will really get mad.
Well, you see, when you're heartless, it goes across the board. It's not just imposing ridiculous taxes on basic commodities, but it's your carefree attitude. Now, in a case of a disaster, you lose your home and your livelihood and all that, you have children, they can't go to school. One would expect that to burn out some energy, to let out some frustration. They may go in the playing field and play a game and get tired and come home and rest and all of that. The recreation, the psychological impact it having on the children. You're hot tarpaulin over your home. You can't sleep at home good. You can't play. You can't go outside. You know, but that's not surprising. This is a guy that really, I mean, seriously, when I look at and analyze the behavior of this guy had taken Grenadians for a ride.
We've got a call, Michael. Let me stop you here. Good morning. How are you doing?
Hey, good morning.
Yes, go ahead, please.
When you guys get a chance and you pass to some Grenville side before the junction, take a look on the top side and ask me if you see anything Beryl do there. I just put in that.
No, don't say what you have to say. I mean, there are those who are not going to pass there. I may not pass there right now. Wow, and yeah, you gone.
He just wanted to punch that.
You wanted, well, you let him step here, call
Yeah,
that.
he did.
He
Yeah, he
did.
punched that.
Grand Backlet. Where's Grand Backlet again, Pierre? Michael, where's Grand Backlet?
Well, there's Bacalet, and Grand Bacalet is going down up in St. David's area by the Boxen plant, by the old Boxen plant. In that area, they have Bacalet.
And Grand Backlet.
And then you have Grand Bacalet. Grand Bacalet is in the St. David's area.
Okay. All right. Well, again, folks, 4420175. Michael, you were saying something?
The playing fields you were speaking about.
Yeah, you were speaking about the playing fields, Michael.
Yes. Again, another heartless decision, because you imagine you have tarpaulin over your home, your school destroyed, no school, can't relax in your home. The most appropriate place for the youths then is to go in the playing field, play a game of basketball, play a game of cricket, take your mind off what's going on. As a psychologist tell you, it's a stress reliever. Being able to interact with other youths and burn up some energy. That's a matter of short-sightedness. But when you look at the Carriacou situation, you have to wonder. You have to wonder what's going on.
Well, you're talking about Carriacou, and just before we take this call, let me just tell you this, Michael. Right here in St. Patrick, the full recreational ground
Destroyed.
Gita said destroyed. But the full recreational ground, they dug it up.
Destroyed.
And there's been no word. They just started to do it. They got to where nothing, you can't even play marble.
Forest.
At four, it's basically turned into forest. And that is happening. So it shows that the heartlessness is not just limited to Carriacou. It is also on mainland Grenada. Let's take this call. Caller, good morning.
Morning, Mr. Andrew.
Yes, speak up, please.
Grand Bacolet is when you leave Munich, going into Mama Can.
Okay.
Mama Can Bongo with Grand Bacolet.
Okay.
Least Bacolet is when you leave Current going down at the bottom there.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, sir.
Good.
All right, good.
Well, this caller have given me a geographical lesson because Bacolet Estate, I know I visit so often, we never call it Grand Bacolet, we call it Bacolet. But anyway, if that is the name,
that's an area you represented, you know, Michael. What happened? You don't even know.
No. That's in the southeast.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But I'm Bongdri. I was Bongdri with Bacolet by we have a river we call Bacolet River.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We never call it Grand Bacolet River. But anyway, there's always a controversy with poultry, la poultry, and names of that sort and all of that. So I would
we have another caller though.
Yeah.
Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning, and good morning to each and every one of you.
Yeah, speak up, please.
Yes. So I want to ask Mr. Baptiste a question to what he said this morning, earlier on this morning about Miss Delma. If anything going wrong, she should tell the Prime Minister about it. So I want to find out now. If she tell the Prime Minister anything what's going wrong, what I tell myself, he might say she not trustable. You heard me?
Yes, I heard you. I definitely heard you there.
And let me tell you before you go,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think none of them will ever try to open their mouth to tell him when he's going wrong, something going wrong, because towards what that man, the man he let go already and said the man not trust, he don't trustable. So I don't think they will tell him. Because they want their bread.
They want their bread. So you think that they're scared?
They're scared. They want their bread. And excuse me, before it's Delma, they said that the opposition leader, the down pressing people, look at what the salary used to pay before, and now look at what they receiving and all kind of thing. So you think she go want to open she mouth to last it?
Yeah, I understand you. I understand you there, my brother.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for calling.
Yeah, all right.
All right, good. It's real. It's 91.9, 91.5, www.dreelfmgrenada.com. Do we have another caller? Oh, I thought that we did have another caller.
Michael.
Yeah, Michael?
I'm here.
Okay.
Michael, we have so much bright people, highly certificated people on the NDC. They always flaunt the certificate and beat the chest. So they don't know you can't put garbage on a playing field after a disaster.
My brother, politics have its own qualification. You are not qualified to be a good politician because you have a degree from Oxford or you have a degree from Yale. Now, Dr. Mitchell that has a PhD in mathematics, he was not accepted by the people because of his doctorate, you know. He was accepted by the people because he was able to invite themselves into the feelings. He was seen as somebody who cares about people. As Minister of Works, he heard their cry, plant poles in areas that where they had no electricity and people didn't have to pay for the poles. They were able to do roads, do water and do things that cause people to feel that he cares. Not about education. Have nothing to do with his education. Politics is about people. To be a good politician, you have to be able to invite yourself into the feelings of other people. You have to be able to understand what is going on. When someone come to you and they say, boy, thing bad, I don't have a $5, I don't have nothing to feed my children. It's not always the bad begging. There's genuine poverty in Grenada. You know, and I think in order for anyone to be a good politician, you have to come down from your high horses and recognize needs. There are people out there that's hurting. There's some that's doing okay. Maybe a 2% or 3%. And sometimes, you know, when you talk to the Prime Minister, and I heard he said the last time, a businessman tell him how much he ordering and how business good with him. Well, maybe one person. The Prime Minister must take a walk through Grenville town. Walk through Siss. Go into the villages and talk to ordinary people. Well, he must get out. I can't say it's vehicle because he's in helicopter, he's traveling now. When you land anywhere, whether it's in 4 past anyway, get out. Go in the small shops and ask the shopkeeper how things. How you doing? How you doing? How business today? I have seen in Grenville town last Christmas, stores closing 7, 8 o'clock. There's nothing. There's a lot of people sitting in their businesses all day. They can't make $1. A good partner, I'm not going to call his name because he doing like a business in Grenville. I mean in town. And he's saying to me off the record, he's in the mall there. And sometimes a whole day, nobody to walk in. But yet he's defending NDC. But he knows that the economy is so bad. There's no economic activities taking place in the country. We have lost the agriculture sector. Since this government came in, they have not had a plan to stimulate the economy. All they're doing is increasing taxes, taking photo ops, and doing little maintenance thing. There have been no serious projects earmarked by this government. There is no hope. Our young people.
Before you go there, Michael, let's take this caller here. Good morning. You are going to be our final caller for the morning. Hello.
Yes. Good morning, Brother Andre, and good morning, Mr. Baptiste. Mr. Baptiste, I must tell you, you did very well. I think you sort of energizing us this morning. To be honest, it's something like that I was looking for the longest while. And as you rightly say, we're not hearing it from our leaders. So, brother, thank you very much. I'm feeling how I was supposed to be feeling. And in closing, I will ask our leader to just please allow the party to grow and stop bringing division into our party. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day. Michael, final thoughts from you, and I want you to focus on youth.
Well, youth development. There are some jobs in the country, some jobs in the construction industry. But a lot of youths are unemployable. There were programs under the Imani that will guide some of them to training programs. A lot of them have been phased out. The Prime Minister promised that he would have a technical wing in all the schools. He said we don't have to build new schools. We already have schools. We'll put on a technical wing. What is needed now is for us to go into an emergency situation and train our young people to be able to take up some of the jobs. A lot of our young people live in school. Some of them are not employable. They're not ready for the job market. And how do they get the experience? Government must reach out. Government have programs. Government must mandate that the people that they're given these jobs who are saying that they can't find workers in Grenada, you're giving them multi-millions in contracts. They must take a position to hire some young people, train some young people on the job training. Because if we don't do so now, we would find ourselves with a bunch of young people who can't do anything, who are not suitable, they're unskilled. We cannot look at academics anymore. We talk about freedom of movement of people. Our young people can't even escape. Because when you escape and you do not have a skill, you can rely on the 2-3 passes that you have, that you got in school as a way to get you out of poverty. The way to get out of poverty now is to learn a skill, to be skillful. Because there's an opportunity in the technical field. Where are the facilities? The Prime Minister promised to make a difference. So you have to start now and open up some wings in this secondary schools and start teaching technical education in the schools. Not going in parliament and passing laws to send them in prison for 40 years when they do wrong. As the psychologist will tell you, poverty breeds crime. And if you don't address it at the root of the problem, we will always have crime with us. And it doesn't matter how much laws you pass, you may have to build bigger jails, because I heard you talk about building more prison. But what we need at this time is technical schools. We need to empower our youths with technical training. We have some construction going on in the country, Barrel Pass, but a lot of our young people are not benefiting from that because they are unemployable, and it's very easy to train young people. A lot of them want to work. We must give them hope. And I don't think they're getting it from this government. All they're getting is a photo op, a prime minister flying all over the country, trying to play celebrity. And when he's at home trying to be a cheap imitator of Maurice Bishop, he's not getting down to brass and doing the job that he was elected to do. And the opposition have to sharpen their tools a little bit.
Yeah.
Sharpen their tools. I mean, Dr. Mitchell is quite capable of leading that charge. I mean, when I say leading that charge, in articulating the issues affecting the country. And he must not be distracted by the internal squabbling to keep him off track. It's a distraction. We have too many pertinent issues on the table to discuss right now. And I hope after the 15th of December, when a leader is elected, we're going to hear the real issues and alternative positions being advanced. Because it is not just about criticizing. You criticize and you offer the way forward. And I'm praying that time will come soon when these issues will be ventilated. Because too much now, too much. When you look around the country, too much happening. The country is on pause.
Who's the leader? Who's the leader after the 15th?
Well, let me put it this way to you. Any one of 5 people elected on the NNP team will defeat the NDC the next election.
I got you. Pierre, final words.
Well, let me say, I would just like I agree with Michael Baptiste, and the NNP after the 15th need to go into a sort of battle readiness. This group of vultures, deceivers, and poor people terrorists need to be put in their place. That's the end of my story.
Who's there after the 15th?
It doesn't matter. You say yeah.
Say yeah. We's NNP.
Michael Baptiste, Francis Pierre, Gates, Vondel Joseph, Nabila Matura, Maxine Entwine, Kira Gonput. That's the entire staff of Real FM Radio here this morning. Thank you guys so much. And for whosoever made a contribution to making this program possible, I think I speak for all when I say thank you, thank you, thank you. Michael, of course, I cannot stop saying thank you to you for being here on the program with us this morning from 10 minutes to 8 o'clock. It was really nice having you. The information pertinent. And here's hoping, Michael, that I don't know, maybe if I find the time or if I find the need to, I probably will do so and pull you in again before the 15th and definitely after the 15th to speak to the way forward for the new national party. Michael Baptiste, Francis Pierre, Gates, thank you guys so very much for a wonderful program this morning. Peace out, man gone.
Thank you so much.
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, birds of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Where you go when you're walking, what you say when you're talking, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful.